Hi everyone.
Hello.
Sairam is here.
Yes, I guess.
Yeah.
Hello everyone, a warm welcome to all present here. I'm Sai Shreyas from Sita's script department. Today, we are doing a special event on occasion of Women's Day. The birth giver, the source of happiness, the guardian, the reason why the world is complete. She is a woman. A woman's heart holds the light that guides you even in dark tunnels of life. It's a day when women are recognized and praised for their contribution in various fields. Women have a strong spirit that allows them to thrive in their chosen professions. How much ever pain they're going through, all they do is just smile at us. It is our job to recognize and thank those who are succeeding in their life and help bring success in others' lives around them. So, to kickstart this wonderful event, we have Ms. Chetali Sharma, who is pursuing her BA Psychology from Lady Shri Ram College, Delhi University. She has interned in the field of psychology with Dr. Prerna Kholi, who is President Award winning Psychologist of India. So, the agenda on which Ms. Chaitali would be educating us is anxiety and its factors. So, please welcome Ms. Chaitali Sharma.
Thank you so much, Sai. I'll quickly start sharing my screen first.
Sure.
Okay, thank you so much, Sai, for introducing me. Today, I'm going to speak about mental health changes that a woman goes through during menstruation. So, let us start with understanding what is it that brings the changes in women's mental health while they are on their period. So, generally speaking, if you're feeling low or testy, the last thing that's going to make you feel better is someone asking if it's that time of the month. It isn't a question that invokes a desire to be pleasant in response. Dealing with the physical manifestations of your menstrual cycle can be tough enough. Bleeding, breast tenderness, cramps, and bloating can seriously interrupt one's daily life. However, the menstrual cycle is also intrinsically linked to the mental health of an individual. And keeping an eye on your mental health may explain changes in your period as well. It's estimated that over 90% of people who have a period also have symptoms throughout their menstrual cycle. Many women experience premenstrual syndrome a week or two before their bleed. This can leave you feeling irritable, upset, nervous, and anxious. It's estimated that 3 to 8% of people suffer from more severely with premenstrual dysphoric disorder. This can lead to severe depression, fatigue, trouble focusing, as well as panic attacks. So let us understand that why is it that such changes happen during your periods? How is your mental health affected by your periods? So your menstrual cycle starts on the day of your period. Your levels of estrogen and progesterone are low at this time. Low levels of estrogen have an effect on the chemicals that your brain releases. Studies have highlighted that low levels of estrogen are linked to low levels of serotonin, the happy chemical, which leads to you feeling satisfied and content. After your period ends, your estrogen levels then start to rise again as an egg is prepared to be released. Your estrogen levels peak just before ovulation. Your levels of progesterone are rising at this time too. So, if you don't get pregnant, then your hormone levels drop again. While this process serves to prepare your body for conception, it can play havoc with your mood. And obviously, life doesn't stop when you're on a period. You continue to have to deal with stress at work, with family and friends, thus affecting your day to day life majorly. So, what is the link between periods and mental health? How are they interdependent on each other? So, the hormonal changes during your menstrual cycle may affect your mental health, but your mental health may also have an impact on your menstrual cycle. Stress can shorten or stop your period. It can also make it more painful. A study found that there's a significant association between stress and the incidence of painful menstruation, usually manifesting cramps. It found that women with high stress were twice as likely to go through dysmorphia. Similarly, studies have found a link between people with stressful jobs and shorter menstrual cycles. Can you imagine? The average cycle is around 28 days, and anything less than 24 days is deemed short. Your hypothalamus is the area of your brain that controls the secretion of hormones in your body and the levels of hormone in your body. When you're stressed, you might find that you miss one or more of your periods or your dates may change. This is due to the fact that stress and hormone changes can throw off your cycle, and your body reacts by working on the basis that you physically can't handle conception, so you miss a period. It's as simple as that. Now, let us understand something that is a little bit more complicated than PMS, which is called PMDD, or the premenstrual dysmorphic disorder. It is a more severe form of PMS, affecting 5 to 10% of women in their reproductive years. In contrast to PMS, PMDD is characterized by more significant premenstrual mood disturbance that can seriously impact relationships and impair functioning. Many women with PMDD experience clinical levels of depression or anxiety during the week or two before their cycle. It is not uncommon that the emotional symptoms of depression, anxiety, and irritability can seriously interfere with the normal functioning of your life and your relationships. Common symptoms may include irritability, depressed mood, anxiety, or mood swings. Although mood symptoms are only present for a specific period of time during the luteal phase of the menstrual cycle, symptoms emerge 1 to 2 weeks before menses and resolve completely with the onset of menses. Women with PMDD should experience a symptom free interval between menses and evolution. An estimated 40% of women who seek treatment for PMDD actually have a premenstrual exacerbation of an underlying mood disorder rather than PMDD. Moving on, let us now understand that how is it that PMS or PMDD mimics depression and it becomes very real. So, for a person who does not experience periods, it might look like something very superficial, but that's what I am here to explain. That PMDD or PMS or just period mood swings are not something that you can deal with it just like that. It's something serious, and sometimes it mimics a very serious disorder like depression as well. So, intricately woven into the current state of your mental health, PMDD symptoms mimic those of major depression. This means that women suffering from PMDD also take on the risks of major depression, like an increased risk of suicide during the 2 weeks of their period. For women who have a personal or family history of mood disorders, including major depression or postpartum depression, they are at a greater risk of developing PMDD to begin with. Unlike major depression, however, PMDD symptoms lessen or go away with the start of your period. The reverse effect is also true. Mental health conditions in general cause period problems, as we have discussed before. Studies show that women with anxiety disorder or substance use disorder are more likely to have shorter menstrual cycles. Irregular cycles are also linked to eating disorders and depression, and women with bipolar disorders are twice as likely to have irregular periods. Now, let us try to understand that what are the factors, different types of factors that make some women more vulnerable to these things than others. So, that is because, with physicians considering both environmental and genetic risk factors during the diagnostic process, stress, a history of personal trauma, seasonal changes, and sociocultural aspects can impact the development of PMDD. It's unknown if PMDD is hereditary, but PMS symptoms are 30 to 80% of women who suffer from PMS indicate that other women in their family suffer as well. A large percentage of women seeking treatment for PMDD, nearly 40%, actually have an underlying mood disorder. Therefore, it also becomes important to undergo a careful evaluation when you're evaluating the people who go through periods or are suffering with PMDD or PMS or any such thing. It's very important to take a holistic look at the whole case so that you can understand every little detail of it even better. Moving on, just like other mental health disorders, there is hope for women experiencing PMDD as well. Lifestyle modifications like eliminating caffeine and sugar, decreasing alcohol use, and getting enough sleep can address the symptoms. Nutritional supplements like vitamin B6 can help greatly for women with PMS. While some evidence points to the effectiveness of magnesium and vitamin E as well. Herbal therapies and light therapy represent two other options, with psychotherapy and cognitive behavioral therapy also offering a non pharmacologic approach to the treatment. Medications ranging from selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors and hormonal interventions may also be effective options. There's more good news for us as women. After years of petitioning by researchers and advocates, PMDD is now finally included in the latest version of DSM, that is DSM 5. As a new category, this provides greater legitimacy for the disorder, which will hopefully lead to new research and treatments based on a recognized connection between periods and mental health. Because I genuinely feel that this is something we should be talking about. This is something that women go through every month for such a major part of their lives, and yet we choose to turn a blind eye towards it. Yes, we do have period leaves now, and maybe the environments are getting better, but there is still a long, long, long way to go towards understanding what is it that women go through every month, not just physically, but mentally as well. And personally, I feel that menstruation and periods take probably a worse toll on your mental health than they do on your physical health. Because maybe your body grows used to the pain, but your mind, it suffers new dilemmas, new problems every month because of the hormonal changes in your body. So while all of this is happening, it's also important to know that what are the ways through which we can cope until and unless there comes a time when we have actually manifested a solution for this. So there are various ways to cope, first of them being therapy. So therapy can make a big difference in your ability to navigate depression symptoms, and even if they only show up during your period, a therapist can teach helpful skills and coping techniques, offer guidance on managing stress and anxiety, help you identify and explore underlying causes sorry of your depression. Then there is medication. So, if you'd like to try medication, a therapist or other healthcare professional can refer you to a psychiatrist who can recommend and prescribe antidepressants. Research from 2011 trusted source suggested selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors prove helpful in treating PMDD. The most effective medication generally depends on a range of factors, including your health history and the underlying cause of your depression, etc. Therefore, it is very important to talk to a healthcare professional before taking any sort of medication or supplements for your periods. Next is physical activity. So I can understand how bizarre this may sound, and it is exercising is probably the last thing you want to do while you're on your periods and having emotional PMS symptoms. But physical activity can really bring a difference to your mood. If you don't want to do a full workout, just try a low key activity like 30 minutes of walking or stretching or practicing yoga or anything that makes you feel better and comfortable. But definitely doing a little bit of physical activity makes you go a long way. The next being relaxation techniques. So, stress, as you know, can sometimes make your symptoms worse. So, taking time for relaxation can also be very beneficial. A few strategies to consider for that are guided imagery, progressive muscle relaxation, breathing exercises, meditation, massage, journaling, aromatherapy, etc. You can learn more about all of these through, if you can afford like a professional, that's very great, or you can just go on YouTube and look up ways for guided meditation or journaling or just aromatherapy. You can do various things to help yourself. Then the last and the most important one is emotional support. No matter the source of your depression, it often helps to share your feelings with someone you trust. Your family and friends can listen to what's on your mind, keep you company when you feel alone, help you find distractions when you're having a rough time, or offer assistance by finding a therapist. Plus, opening up to someone you love about depression and other symptoms can also help them understand just how serious those symptoms are. After all, it's sad, but many people assume period related depression is just a passing bout of PMS. So, because hormones have a hand in almost everything going on in our bodies, they also affect our brains and therefore emotions. This is why hormones can directly influence our mental health, even if that change is just periodic and linked to our monthly cycle. Learning about what your hormones are up to during your cycle can help you understand why you might be feeling a certain way. And although it won't give you the power to suddenly control your emotions, it can help you make sense of it. It also acts as a reminder to stop your inner voices giving us such a hard time and to be kind to yourselves instead. With the right knowledge and self care, we can turn meltdowns and angst into understanding and compassion. So, the bottom line is your body goes through a lot of physical and emotional changes every month. Therefore, it is very important to acknowledge the efforts and struggles that you put yourself through, that your body puts itself through. We should be kinder to ourselves and to each other, and constantly remind ourselves that it's not just about that time of the month, but also how greatly it affects an individual. Gone are the days when periods were a hush hush topic. It's time we accept and support one another to be more open minded and caring individuals. We can only do this by educating ourselves, articulating our thoughts and concerns, and being more empathetic individuals towards each other. So, even though you might be someone who doesn't have to go through periods every month, there are people around you who do. They are fighting struggles physically and mentally, and the least you can do is provide some sort of understanding and empathy so that we can all lead a more happier and more contented life. That's all from my end. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Chetali Sharma. It was really wonderful information which you have given, and I'm sure it is really helpful to many people who are watching this right now. I had one question. See, now recently I've been hearing about menstrual cups rather than menstrual pads.
Yeah.
So, what is the difference between them, and is it better if we use menstrual cups rather than the pads?
See, it's definitely better if you're using menstrual cups instead of pads because first there is less wastage. There, when women use pads, you have to dispose at least 3 to 4 pads in a day, depending on the type of flow that you have. But when you're using a menstrual cup, it's reusable. You can use it over and over again. Secondly, it's more comfortable once you get a hang of it, and it saves money as well. So,
Okay.
therefore, menstrual cups are definitely better than pads. But then again, I think it depends more on the individual, that what
Okay.
you are more comfortable with and what makes you feel better.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for the answer. Do we have any question from the audience? Yochna or Saram? So we have few questions. Uh, the first question being, how can we calm our anxiety in the time of periods?
As I mentioned earlier, there are different ways by which you can try to overcome your anxiety. I think the one that really helps is exercising a little so that first your mind gets diverted. It
Hmm.
helps you put your thoughts to rest and you step out of your mind for a while you're working out or doing any sort of physical exercise. But then again, since periods can be very physically challenging as well, so if you feel like you're not able to exercise, you can indulge in any activity that makes you happy, like maybe journaling or writing or painting, anything that's therapeutic for you. It will help you release your stress. And meditation and aromatherapy, I think they always work the best. And if we take it on a lighter note, then have some good food and ice cream and you'll be good to go.
Okay, great. Thank you. The next question being, do we get any suicidal thoughts at the time of PMS? And how
Okay.
do you overcome that?
All right. Okay. So I think that the experience of periods and PMS, although we can, find out some common symptoms, the experience is very different for every individual. And if you feel like your symptoms are getting so extreme that you're facing suicidal thoughts during your PMS, then the first thing that you should do is either visit your gynecologist or
Okay.
get in touch with a therapist so that you can get professional help. Apart from that, if such thoughts are coming to your mind, again, you can try to indulge in activities that relax you.
Okay.
Relaxation techniques like, again, exercising, meditation, and maybe during such times, talking to a loved one can help, because the thoughts are really entangled in your head, but they can make a lot of sense once you're telling them to someone else. So,
Yes.
even though it sometimes take a lot of effort to do that, but it can definitely help.
Okay. Is does the same go with the depression thoughts also in PMS? Is it the same thing what you need to do?
Yeah, I think if you're, see, the first and foremost thing, if you feel that remotely you're having depression, then you must contact your therapist. You
Okay.
should find a therapist and contact them. But at the same time, there are self help techniques to help yourself when the symptoms become extreme and your therapist is not around you or something like that.
Okay. Okay. I guess we have one more question. Yeah.
Okay.
They're asking, what's the percentage of PMS now? Like, how often do people experience PMS? Is it like for sure, or is it depends upon people?
In most of the women I had mentioned earlier as well, PMDD's percentage is around 30 to 40%, but PMS's percentage is around 80 to 90% still. And it
Mm.
takes different forms for different women, but it definitely exists for most of them.
Okay. I personally have one question.
Okay.
As we don't experience any periods, what can we do to help them, overcome all these things?
That's very sweet of you to think, Sai, and I really feel that every one of us, even if you're no matter what gender you are, even if you get your periods or don't, it's
Yeah.
very important to understand. So I think the first thing you can do is try to be a little more empathetic and understanding that, yeah, the person is going through something, and there might be certain things that they are doing because of the pain that they're being put through physically and mentally. Then apart from that, being a listener, talking to the person who is actually going through their periods or whatever thoughts, because with my personal experience, I think that the mood changes that come during your periods, they are not related to your periods at all. Like, the reason is your periods, but the anxiety takes different forms. It can make you question yourself, it doesn't make you want to work, and sometimes it gives you so much motivation that you can conquer the world in one day. So I think talking and, having little things like that
Mm.
instantly light up your mood, like chocolates or ice creams or a hot water bag. It's the little things that can help your friends and make them feel better.
Okay, great. Now, yeah, here comes back the question on PMS again. Do you suggest taking hormonal tablets for PMS or any other disorders?
I don't suggest that until and
Okay.
unless you have a prescription from your gynecologist. You should not take any medicines for your periods, because, see, that is what happens. Why are you facing so many mood changes? Because there are changes in your hormones due to your periods. Now you're
Mm.
taking tablets, they'll do even worse changes to your hormones that your body is not anticipating. At
Yeah.
least the hormonal changes during periods are anticipated by your body, so on one end you are safe. But when you're taking hormonal medicines, you don't know what will happen, how your body is supposed to react. So it can really have like reverse effects, and it can really make things worse. But definitely, if you need help and you feel like you need medication, which, and you should take medication, but never without a professional's prescription or suggestion.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. See, the next question is, what happens in case the mood changes? Is like if it is, does it is it repetitive? Are the mood changes repetitive?
Again,
Yeah.
they can be repetitive and they cannot be repetitive, because as I
Okay.
mentioned earlier, the manifestation of PMS is very different for every woman. If I speak for myself, if I speak personally, then they can be very repetitive. And there are, so PMS is also known as period mood swings,
Okay.
because there are actually up down movements in your mood. And it might sound very dramatic to the people who don't actually experience them, but trust me, they're very real. One minute you're sitting there dancing around and feeling very chirpy and happy, and the other minute you'll be lying in your bed gasping for breath, because that's how bad the anxiety becomes while PMS. So it's very real, and it can be repetitive or it can be a roller coaster. It depends on the individual.
Okay. It's all personalized. Okay.
Yeah.
In the chat, we have one question from Yochna. Is it okay if periods come either prior or later than the actual date?
Yeah, I think that's completely okay for your body to, like, go through certain changes. So sometimes the date may go a little before or a little later, but if it keeps happening repetitively, or if, there are very vast differences between your dates, then you must visit your gynecologist.
Okay. Um, See, you have given us a lot of knowledge on periods, but what about the end? Like, I meant menopause. Like, can you shed some light on that too?
Yes, definitely. I think menopause is one of the most difficult phases of a woman's life. And I'm assuming that there are a lot of young people here whose mothers must be going through menopause right now. So the only thing I would suggest is please be very understanding. Because even my mother has gone through the menopausal phase recently, and it's not unusual to have suicidal thoughts and being very angry, irritable all the time. So when PMS happens, it happens generally around your period. But menopausal changes, they affect your body all through that time. So when a woman is going through menopause, they will experience what they were experiencing for the 1 2 weeks of PMS for long periods of time. So that can be very overwhelming. Plus, because of the lack of awareness that we have, most often people don't understand that what is it that's hitting them. And us being the Indian families, we don't really acknowledge that, okay, something like this is happening to the woman. And we are all aware that how much attention we give to the women in our family. So it is overlooked a lot of times, and that is why it takes such bad forms. But I as much as I have seen menopause, I think it's something very real and something very, very difficult. So, all of the people who are here right now, and I'm glad that this question was asked, I urge all of you to please be very understanding. And why not have open conversations? Why not just ask your mothers or your guardians if they are going through menopause? And if they are, then you can actually help them. You can research, and more than that, more than research, it's about understanding that person. Why is are these? Because anxiety, helping someone in anxiety, you can either do that by having a professional degree or by being understanding. So if it's your family member, the first thing that you have to do is be understanding, so that both of you can, be more helpful to each other.
Yeah, I completely agree with your thought. Completely.
Thank
Um,
you.
Now, this next question saying, do we see any body changes at the time of PMS?
Yes, there are definitely different body changes during the time of PMS. Like there is bloating, there is extreme, some people have extreme pain in their legs, some people have extreme pain in their pelvic area, some people have like very bad cramps in their stomach and their back. Plus, then there are common symptoms like acne on the face or over extra facial hair growth. And at times, it also happens that the body temperature also rises. So, extreme sweating, or you might feel heated within your body. So, all of these are signs of PMS. There is also a question in the chat box that how can we break the stereotype that women going through their periods are not allowed to temples. I think the only way to break such stereotypes is by awareness and by educating people about how this is. I personally feel that menstruation only makes a woman more pure. It tells you how strong they truly are. Can you imagine a human being bleeding for 5 days, at least a month, and still surviving for all their lives? I mean, how great is that? I'm sure most of you must have heard his name. So there is this stand-up comedian in India. His name is Veer Das. So he
Yes.
had recently mentioned that women should actually flex about it. That they go through periods and they give birth, and bleeding 5 days a month for all our lives. It should be on our resumes because it's a huge deal. And one more important thing is that we as women ourselves need to acknowledge what we go through, what our fellows go through. So once you respect yourself, the other people will mostly be forced to do that. If I am guilty that I am having periods, I can't enter the temple, then other people will make me more guilty about it. So I think the first step that we have to do is educate ourselves and become aware ourselves, because all of these stereotypes and myths, they're totally baseless. uh, Temples, they are, women are blessed, or I don't really call it a blessing, but women have been given periods by God. We are created by Him. Then how can you discriminate against them for 5 days a month? And it's very poetic or something, but murderers and criminals are allowed inside the temples, but a bleeding woman is not. So it is something that we should all be truly enraged about, and we are the future of the country. So if we change our mindset, the rest of the people will definitely have to.
Yeah, so as you were saying, there needs to be a higher awareness among people. Do you think social media can bring a higher awareness about PMS throughout the world?
Definitely. If our meme pages stop joking about women having periods and start acknowledging the pain they go through, I think many little boys will stop making fun of the girls' bleed stains on their skirts. It should start from their homes itself. And I think that social media has become a bigger home than home itself. So if we
Yes.
start from social media, we can actually educate the masses at once. We only talk about how women become irritable during their periods. Why don't we talk about why it happens? Why don't we talk about the pain they go through? Because if we do, then it will become something more than just a joke. They will start taking it seriously. Right now, it's only talked about as a joke. So they consider, everybody considers it a joke. Little boys from schools are taught to make it a hush hush topic, or they laugh at the girls who are having their periods, and it really takes a toll on the self confidence of girls from a very little age. It did for me as well, and I'm pretty sure that most of the girls in this session as well have been through something like that. So it's very important that when you give education to your girl child about what is period, at the same time you tell your male sons as well that this is what happens, so that instead of making fun they can actually be supportive.
Okay. So again, a personal question. As a boy, how can I understand that a person is going through mood swings or their period so that I can be a little gentle and show some empathy? How can I understand that?
That's a very good question, Sai, I must say. So, see, you can't really be there for someone who's not actually close to you. But
Yes.
I think there are easy ways. First, be open to communication. You can actually walk up to a person and ask them politely that if you're going through your if are you going through your period, is there anything that I can do to help you? I really want to help. Or do you want to have a cup of coffee, or do you want to share something with me? It's something very basic. It's not rocket science. You just have to be a nice friend. That's all a person is asking for. And then again, there can be certain extreme things. Like if you see that your friend is going through extreme pain and she doesn't know that she can actually visit a gynecologist, or maybe she doesn't know that it's abnormal to go through so much pain. Maybe she has PMDD, or maybe she has some difficulty in her hormones. Like just now we were asked that is it okay that our dates are changed every month? So maybe your friend is not aware of that. So if you are aware of it, you can throw some light on the topic for her as well. So I think the first step is being more communicative, trying to talk about it. Right now, the biggest problem is we refuse to talk about periods. It's such a hush hush topic that still pads come packed in a black polythene. And I don't understand why. So I think the first thing that we can all do is be more open to communication, not just men, but women as well.
Okay, I'm sure it'll be very helpful to all the boys watching out there.
Yeah.
And there's a question from our member, SITA member. How does PCOS or PCOD affect your mental health?
I think it takes a very big toll on your mental health. I am also someone who has PCOS, and there I have friends who have PCOS or PCOD. So it gives you anxiety because when the medication of PCOS and PCOD includes hormonal tablets,
Okay,
and
just
just
a minute. Before answering that, can you shed some light on what is PCOS and PCOD for the audience out there?
sure. So PCOS is having cysts in your ovaries, and PCOD is having cysts in your uterus. Both of them are the reproductive organs of females. So when there are cysts in your ovaries or in your uterus, cysts are anyways bad, as you all know. So when you're having cysts in your uterus or in your ovaries, it affects your periods, and it can take different forms. So generally PCOD makes you gain a lot of weight and
Okay.
increased facial hair, increased body hair, acne, and anxiety, depression. All of these symptoms are common for PCOD and PCOS as well. Some people gain a lot of weight and some people lose a lot of weight. And when such things are happening when you're 16 years old, it can really take a toll on your self confidence, because girls around you they don't have acne all over their face, but you do. Suddenly you start gaining so much weight, and when you're 16, things like this don't make sense. So I think that PCOS and PCOD have become very common these days, but they're very serious diseases. Because I was diagnosed with PCOS when I was in 10th grade, and till date, I haven't been able to completely overcome the problems of that particular disease. And it is something that cannot be fixed. You can just take medication for it. So PCOS and PCOD are something very real diseases, and we definitely need more research in the field so that we can help those women better.
Okay, are there any ways so that we can avoid contracting these diseases? Like, are there any precautions?
I really don't think so, because Definitely, there are environmental and genetic factors that make you more vulnerable to it, but it's not a cold that you can, wear a mask and not get it. It's something that obviously you can lead a more healthier lifestyle. You can eat better food, you can drink a lot of water, you can indulge in physical exercise. That definitely helps a lot. But I don't think there is anything that can particularly save you from contracting that. If there was, I would have definitely done that.
Okay. Um, guess that is it. Are there any further questions? Okay. I guess we are done. And is there any last message you can give to the people, parents, the girls, the boys watching out there?
My message to everyone watching this right now is to please educate yourself and do your part in spreading the awareness about periods and PCOS and PCOD and the things that surround periods, so that we can be a more harmonious society. It shouldn't be a joke in office spaces that when a woman is late, or when a woman is being angry, you just tell her, is it that time of the month? No, that's not how things are supposed to be. The things are you actually being understanding, being supportive towards each other, not a particular gender, every gender, regardless of your gender. Be educate yourself and then do your part in educating others. Because we are not just talking about random girls walking on the road. We are talking about your mothers, your sisters, your friends, your girlfriends, your wives. So, and someday your daughters. So, the world that we are creating right now is where our daughters are going to be. So, let's make sure that we make a good one.
Thank you very much. It was a really wonderful session and it was very insightful. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sai.
Thank you. So, with this session, I would like to say we are going to take a break of 15 minutes and we'll be back by 2:55. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Let's continue the event. So next up, we have Miss Andrilla Basu, who is a clinical psychology student and has profound knowledge about psychological disorders. She has done several internships in this field and has also published her journal titled Internet Usage and Depressive Tendency in Young Adults. So the agenda on which she would be educating us is how hormonal changes affects mental health. Please welcome Ms. Angela Basu.
Good afternoon, everyone. Is my voice coming clear? Could you just
Yes, it's clear.
okay. Good afternoon, everyone. As thank you for the very sweet introduction of mine. I guess I will be proceeding with the presentation. Just give me a moment.
Sure.
Let me know if the screen is visible.
Yes, it's visible.
Okay, so as mentioned, I will be talking about women's mental health. Basically, the thing is, what I'm focusing and what's my motto is here is that every gender goes through some of the other turmoil. However, the gender of woman in specific has usually goes through many turmoils as well. But where it makes the difference is that women are considered inferior in the society, and their mental health is very differently set and how than compared with men. And the issues that the women face usually goes in background because our society, the Indian society in specific, if I have to speak, usually focuses more on men and manpower. So today I will be focusing on those issues which are already have already been existing in the background, but people just don't address it, and it's very normal for them. Like, okay, this is how women works or functions, but these are the issues which it really needs to be focused. So I would like to begin. Why is it just women and not men? So basically, the thing is that the gender role of a woman is very different than of men. In an Indian society, in typical, I'm focusing on this Indian society only for the time being, that women are always considered inferior, an inferior sex. And usually there are many instances where others take decision on behalf of women, thinking that a woman won't be rational enough to take their own decision. So these are the gender roles why the woman feels that they lack of autonomy and control over their own life, which is very much associated with depression and anxiety. Because the results that the others take, I mean the decisions that the others take, they might not be satisfied with the result, but they aren't given the freedom to talk about it or speak about it in public. So this is one of the reason why women is much more vulnerable to mental health problems than men. And the next is, which is very common, is that gender-based violence. This is also a very contributing factor why women is very vulnerable to the society. Uh, People in the meeting, you will be hearing dowry deaths and others. There are very many instances. There are laws against violence. So this feeling of inferior and not being able to express, these are some of the social factors that make vulnerable to women. Other than that, there are major life events and hormonal changes in women that usually makes them vulnerable. So there are mainly three stages that a woman goes through, which mainly these are, if I have to categorize women in three stages, major life events or life changes happens. These are the three stages. One is puberty, one is pregnancy, and one is menopause. So I will be focusing on each stage and how it affects the mental health, and why. I won't say affect, but I would say why a woman makes vulnerable to mental health problems. So, as we all know, puberty is basically teenage years that we speak of. It goes through many development, like physically, socially, and others. So, this is a time of change. Similar to puberty is a pregnancy, the stage of pregnancy where a woman also goes through many changes, hormonally, physically, and a lot. They go through. I will be focusing on each stage, and the last stage, as we're talking about, is the menopause, where the periods that is very considered menstruation of the woman ends. So this is a huge stage where a woman goes through a hormonal change, and it's a very major contributing factor to many mental health problems. Till now, is there any question anyone would like to ask? I am taking it as no.
No questions from our side. I'll just check if the audience have any questions. Just a minute.
Okay. If anybody is having question, they can also drop it in the comment box. I will attend to it later, definitely.
Sure.
Okay. So, as I was speaking, puberty is a age between 18 to 13 to 18 years, and this is a phase of puberty where usually women attain sexual and reproductive capacity. So what basically happens is that at this point of stage, there is physical development and there is hormonal development. The earliest signs of puberty can be understood in girls, like young girls, like they start to grow breast buds, and physically there is a change. Like this is a stage where a girl develops from a girl to a woman. You can at this stage slowly the pelvic region they expand, there are breast buds, and then there is ovaries that start to release eggs. So there is this stage where menarche happens. Menarche is basically the onset of menstrual periods in women. uh, People might be familiar with the term and what happens, but I would like to just explain it in a very brief. So basically, this is where it happens at the age of 12 or 13 years when there is a start of menstrual periods. And it occurs usually late in the puberty, but the changes in the puberty, like physical changes, it is visible from around 9 years or 10 years, like the physical changes. And at the end of it, 12 or 13 years, or sometimes 14 also, they usually there is this is very considered normal, that this is a good stage where a woman attains sexual maturity and they start to menstruate. But this doesn't mean that they completely achieve a reproductive capacity, because this is just the beginning. Women don't attain it reproductive capacity immediately after the menarche. It takes time for them to develop. So you can say that around 15 or 16 years, they attain a full maturity where they are ready to conceive. I mean, they can reproduce a child. So now, I would like to focus on why the period of puberty is so important. Uh, sorry. So typically, adolescence is a very unique and formative stage, and there are many changes that happens in a body, not only just physical but emotional, because there is so many changes hormonally. This is a stage where women usually they if I have to say, they go through a lot of emotional, like there are heightened emotions. It's like if I put it from in a scale, then there will be like suddenly a very low side to a suddenly very high emotions. So usually this is the reason why we need to focus on puberty and adolescence to address mental health issues, because changes in this stage actually affect the adulthood. So, if I have to say why is it at risk, as I've said, this is a stage where people go through many changes. So, adolescence is at this point of time. There, as I said, there is heightened emotions. So, these heightened emotions needs to be controlled and settled in a certain way, so that at this stage they are not very versed with decision making, and this due to this extreme emotions, there is a chance that teenagers may involve themselves with risky behaviors and poor decision making, and the outcomes are drastic, which affects not only that stage but also adulthood and the later stages of life. And at this stage, there is a psychologist known as Ericsson. Is anyone familiar with his theory of development?
I have heard of his name, but I'm not that familiar with his theory.
Okay, so basically the thing is that Ericsson basically gave a theory of development where at a certain stage, um, identity versus role confusion. And I will like to focus on this stage. So he gave a theory of all the stages, and where in every stage somebody, one or the other, they go through some conflicts, and if these conflicts are not resolved, it develops to mental health problems. To be briefing about, this is what his theory was. So at this stage of this is a stage of adolescence, which he says that he specifically mentions that this is a stage of identity versus role confusion. So at this stage, since they're developing, their sense of identity has started to take place. They knew they're versed in a certain way, and at this stage, the idea of self concept, the personal identity, and the thing that this feeling that I am becoming a woman or a man. So at this stage, they basically develop what an identity that they carry for the rest of their adulthood. So at this stage, usually, since you can understand it's a bit unsettling for them because there are a lot of changes going on, not only just physically hormonally, but also they're developing the self-image. So at this point of time, they can start as question that who am I, what is my purpose. It's very similar to existentialism, like existential crisis, which we call. So at this stage, teenagers are very vulnerable to identity versus role confusion. They develop their identity and they sometimes get confused about their role. But by the end of 18 years, they kind of have developed an identity, self identity of themselves. So at this stage, that is the reason why teenagers may develop many psychological disorders. I wouldn't be terming it as disorders, but there are certain things that they couldn't cope up with, the stress that the age is bringing. So often it leads to some sort of problems, right? So you can just go through quick look at the slide, and these are the problems usually. If I have to categorize, then I will categorize them in this order. And I will be focusing definitely into all the specifics. So the first thing that is emotional disorders. So emotional, as I said, heightened emotions. Excuse me. I'm sorry. So heightened emotions result in many ways. So there is the emotional disorders that often teenagers develop. Heightened. This includes anxiety and depression. So at this stage of time, and as I mentioned, identity, they're developing the identity and there is confusion in what they are. So at this unsettling, they might develop like, okay, I don't know what is happening, but I am low. So, is there any parents in the meeting? I mean,
Ma'am, I'm sure they'll be watching the YouTube stream. There would be parents also.
okay. So at this point of time, as I was saying, people may develop anxiety disorders, which involves panic attack and excessive worry, because this is a time of development. And if I go through statistics, then it is estimated that 3.6% out of 10 to 14 years old and 4.6% of 15 to 19 years of old experience an anxiety disorder. Even the rates of depression is as high as 2.8% in the whole population. So even also there are behavior problems that arise at this certain stage, which I will also categorize it as emotional disorders, like conduct disorders, where this heightened emotions, they don't know how to control it, and in the process, since they don't know how to control it, there are maladaptive ways to cope up with stress. A very simple example I can give you is that even the Bollywood movies also sometimes portray that there is some sort of an argument, and suddenly there's so much that they just take the thing, throw it away, or break something. There's an anger outburst, like sudden. So these are some of the instances which can be uh, categorized as conduct disorders, because they don't know how to control their anger and emotions. So as a result, these things, they affect a lot and they make them vulnerable to developing problems of anxiety and depression mainly. Also, there are certain times which depression can take an extreme low road, which can lead them to suicide. I will be focusing on the risk-taking behavior as well and social withdrawal as well. So the other problems that they may go through is, as I mentioned, behavioral and conduct disorders. Like they may get into some antisocial works and criminal behavior. Like at this stage of time, it's a typical teenage mentality. I have gone through that stage, and I can totally relate. And right now, I have an example of me itself, that when I was growing up, there was a certain point where I could see that my parents are drinking. So I'm like, I'm also an adult now. Since I'm closer to 18, I've crossed 13 and all. So I was like, okay, this drinking is something that adults do. So I'm an adult, so I can do. I had no idea what it led to or anything, but there was a certain point of time where I sat with my friends, and I did not know how to exactly take the hard drinks in a certain way. So which where I ended up vomiting out it was a bad memory. So that's what I'm saying. So in the verse of discovering themselves, there are many certain risk-taking behaviors and behavioral problems that we usually have, and These are some of the risk taking behaviors teenagers undertake because they don't know how to handle it, and they are just, just this is a feeling that we are growing up fast and we want to grow more, learn about others. And eating disorders is also very typical in women in general, because at this point of stage, since there are many hormonal changes that usually takes a shift of change in body weight, like body mass index, and the hormone change, even the skin pattern often vary, which we call pimples and all. This is a very common problem. So as a result, while in women is basically a thing that people say is as a beauty standard or norms that the woman needs to fit. I mean, I'm not saying it's me, but often society expects women to fit into a social and beauty norm, and it is expected that even in the movie fashion, you would see even the models that they try to maintain a zero figure to fit in everything, and this is what the standard has been. A woman has to be skinny with small waist and a perfect curves in the body. So as a result, this is a stage where they try to get involved and they try to develop an identity. So, as a woman, as a girl, as I'm developing into a woman, we decide that we are going to fit that social norm that is already there in us. And changes in the body weight is hampering us. It is creating a congruency or a disagreement with my mind. I know that woman is supposed to be this, and I am not this, but I have to be this woman, skinny, with small waist and long hair, glowing skin. So, this often leads sometimes to eating disorders such as anorexia. That is, restricting food and calorie intake. They try to restrict calories, and they do not eat as much as they do because they want to stay skinny, right? It also includes, and often, like, even when in a very restrictive diet, often it's like at certain point you just have an exhaustion that I'm dieting the whole day and not able to eat. So again, this can also result in eating where they have no control how much amount of food they're having. Like, you are stressed and you don't know how to handle it, and you saw food, and what you do is, despite of the fact that you're full, you are still eating. You're like eating, like literally you don't have any control over it. And at the sudden point where a guilt hampers that if I eat, I'm gonna be fat, which doesn't match the norm that I'm supposed to. So what you do, what some people do in bulimia, is that they go out, they forcefully make themselves vomit or use laxatives, like overuse of laxatives, so that they reduce the weight. So these are very typical teenage problems that appear because their body mass index is changing. And if these things go on extreme, they often, again, is risk taking behavior is a very big part of it. So yes, teenagers kind of get suicidal, and there are other mental health problems that come out of these problems that they are facing. Similar to that, as I've said, suicide and self-harm. So these are the very much peak things that usually goes ups and down with them, like risk-taking sexual behavior suddenly because their body is changing, and so is their sexual identity, right? So in the verge of taking a risk that okay, I am discovering myself, I'm discovering my sexuality. Even movies also influence. We see teenage movies, the teenagers are doing this, they're having, it's a sign of being cool that you're smoking and you're drinking. So people around you is like, okay, they're smoking, drinking, I have to be them. I want to be cool, so I have to be them. So they start taking risk taking behaviors without knowing what consequences they will have. I gave my example as typical. It was in a homely setting and it was good. Okay, that it ended up bad, but it was at least in the homely setting. But these are the things that I took. There are many teenagers who doesn't even have these things, and they just directly go on to something they don't know what they're landing into. Which again, there are problems like teenage pregnancies. They suddenly conceives, or they engage themselves into substance abuse and sexual risk taking behaviors, and sometimes often illegal activities, drugs like hardcore drugs, weed or LSD. So this is very common in teenage years. So the question is how to know that when your child is seeking for help or somebody needs this help. So at this certain point of time, you can question yourself. These are some of the few questions you can ask yourselves. Thinking that, do the child needs the help? right? So just ask Jesus whether you're like, does your child have at least one good friend, or does your child at least have an adult to talk with, or whatever issues they are going through, are they able to share or not? These are the certain, because there is social withdrawal. There's the main thing that is very evident is social withdrawal, or something you feel that is something is not right. So these are some of the questions you can ask yourselves before reaching out to help your child and seeking them help, and how to support it, because other health, external health can extend the help to a certain point, but we, being a family member to an adolescent, being a parent to an adolescent, the main thing is that we support that child who is growing, and other than us there is no one else who can do it, because a child is developing and we are the support system, we are the family. The outside world is outside, but we are the family, we are the primary people a child will believe in. So we are the best person to provide the support. And how you can do it: when your child is speaking about some issue, don't just ignore it or just let it be. Okay, I will listen it later, or this is very common, it happens to everyone, leave it. That is not supported. When a child is coming to you and saying something, address it. Even I know there are times when parents are busy. At certain households there are two parents who are working at the same time, so it gets difficult to balance between household, family and child, and often this leads to isolation. But when a child is ready to approach or is saying, just put all those things at aside and listen to them. Just nothing, no comments, nothing, just accept the way they are. This is a very good way to help your child open up. Then there are striving for balance, that is a teenage, they find it difficult to juggle and balance everything. They're not very sure how to do it, as there are so many heightened emotions. They just don't know how to control these things that is happening in their body. Extremities, what I'm speaking over here is extremities. So help them to communicate what they're feeling and help them just talk with them to help them seek balance. And the most important thing over here is that say them that no one is perfect. We ourselves has gone through these stages, right? So this is a very common thing that one goes through, and it is coming to you, but it's not impossible to get through. It's just that it needs maybe some time to sort it out. So don't make them feel they are unwanted or this is not perfect, so you won't be accepted. Just help them to seek and strive for the balance. And as I was saying, welcome the conflict. Do not just let it go at aside. Just welcome the conflict and help them accept that it's okay to be not perfect at times. It's okay to mess up. We are still the same person. And if I have to say, you're still the same person and you can do it. It's okay. We all mess up. We are also as parents. No parenting style is perfect. So give them a space to express themselves and accept them. And the next is that owning the parenting space. That is often, since there are the heightened emotions, and sometimes teenagers at this stage, they're like, I'm adult, and they start to grow distant with the parent. These are very common problems you will hear in every household. So basically, at certain point of time, when you are trying to say them that this is the right or this, you are not say them, but helping them to realize that what you did was something wrong. And a typical teenager will never agree that they are wrong. They will always say they are right. They are growing. They know what they are doing. So often, when just to escape this situation, they may just push a button of, or maybe what I will say is attack on a very personal level. So at this point of time, if as a parent, as an adult, if we just lose the leash and we just let our emotions get in, this is actually going to distance the relation more. So instead, when they are trying to say, when a toddler is challenging the rules and they are trying to push the boundaries, just don't react to them. Try to make them accept that topic is not about me, but it's about you. I'm trying to make me realize, I'm trying to make you realize a point. You are saying your point of view, I am trying to say you mine. So as an adult, I expect you to listen to me once before you say anything, before you make a comment about it. So do not leave the leash or get your own emotions cloud the thing. Keep your emotions at the bay while handling a situation with teenagers, like this type of situation. uh, this is, I guess, yes. These are very helpful styles that can help with a teenaging parent. And as I was talking, the second stage of it is pregnancy. So, pregnancy is typically a period of gestation from fertilization of an egg through development of fetus and ending at birth. So, how does a stage of pregnancy leads to vulnerable to a woman? So, it's basically that a news of pregnancy is usually happy for a woman, but however, at this certain stage of time, a woman goes through changes, not only physically, they know that their body is going to change, not only just physically, their hormones is at the peak, right? So at pregnancy, even there are many hormonal changes that a woman goes through. So basically, that is the reason why pregnancy is a very important stage where we have to address that a woman is very vulnerable to mental health problems, and we can reduce the impact of these things by helping them, right? So basically, as I was saying, these are some of the reasons why a woman is very vulnerable at this stage. That is, there is a role, there is a change in the role of becoming a mother. Like, you know, you are a woman and your life has been one way, but now you are going to give birth to someone whose responsibility you're going to take. So in Indian parenting, in Indian culture, I'm generalizing over here, that often there is expected that you're going to become a mother. So you need to stop working and focus your time on the family. Otherwise, what kind of good mother are you? Again, there is some other person will say it's okay to work in a way, like you have your child, but you have to provide your child. So it's okay for a mother to work. So there are so many contrasting view around, and it gets difficult for you to, like, I'm already in a progress, like my role is going to change. What to do? This is a confusion that happens. So at these this is so you can imagine that these are the points why a woman is suddenly there is a drop in the emotions and stuff, or in a mood level to anxiety and depression, right? And these affect also a relationship. Like, you know that woman, as I was saying, woman has a standards of beauty. So you know your body is changing, and you, for a woman, it's always important to hold up to the beauty and youth that they always have. So they're like, if I'm losing it because I'm growing fat, my body is changing, my breasts are changing, my hips are changing. So what? It's going to change my relationship, because this is something, this very important aspect of a relationship: beauty, physical beauty. At least to a certain percentage of weightage is given to beauty. So this is another thing that makes them vulnerable, right? And the concept that whether I will be a good parent or a bad parent, or the physical health problems that is related to pregnancy and fear of childbirth, because we all know that childbirth, the process of childbirth is very painful, right? Even if it's a C-section or a natural birth, it is a painful process, and a woman goes through a lot at this stage of time. So this is also a fear that a woman goes through: what will happen, what is coming next, I don't know what is going to be there. So these are all the reasons why a woman is vulnerable to mental health problems, along with factors like a traumatic past, or relationship problems, or a previous pregnancy loss, or a young pregnancy, lack of support, and infertility treatments. These all factors together contribute to feelings like this: am I crazy, or what is irritating me, or am I depressed? Is it common to feel this way? Am I bad? Does this make me bad as a person? So these are the things why, these are the thoughts that can come out of it. So these are the reasons why mainly 1 in 5 women develop mental health problems during the pregnancy or after birth. Everyone will be very versed, because right now the awareness of pregnancy, the postpartum depression is recognized. Like, even in our mother's era, I mean my mother, the concept of postpartum depression wasn't given any weightage. It's like, yeah, you have a child and you are not happy about it, it was supposed to be a judgment call. But now this concept of postpartum depression is very common. Even doctors know it, and many counselors work through conceived mothers, the people who are already going through pregnancy, to make them prepare for the role that is upcoming, right? So along with the hormonal changes, there are these are the emotional changes that a woman goes through. So together, all this postpartum depression and everything that they go, it's together put into one term, that is prenatal mood and anxiety disorders. This whole feeling of not being able ready, then feeling very low, or feeling a heightened emotion, what will happen next, prone to anxiety, and the bodily changes. As I said, I talked about the factors that contribute to it. So this whole thing comes under prenatal mood and anxiety disorders, which can develop at any point of pregnancy and up for a year or two after having the baby. So what are the very common symptoms of this one? As I said, extreme emotions, feeling very low or suddenly heightened emotions, feeling a fear. This is something in the background. So these are the feelings usually that a person faces if she is in a prenatal mood and anxiety disorder. So how we can help a woman with this? So the best thing is to connect with them. They are going through a lot, and maybe they are not very active in putting into words, because everyone around you are going to be a mother, they're giving a happy face and they assume that you are also happy, but there are many things that are going in the background. So the best thing is to connect the woman with the people that she could be sharing, that is another maybe pregnant mother. So the best thing is to be a part of the group, in some of the mental I will say support groups. Yes, there are support groups, there are tons of support groups, so be a part of it. Talk about what you're feeling, say about what you're feeling, because there is no judgment calls. Every You may say one thing and there will be another person who will say, yes, I'm also going through the same thing. So this is also a way to do it. And never restrict the boundaries. So keep learning, read paper, read documentaries, ask colleagues about the stage when they went through this certain point of life. So it helps you to, like, say, normalize yourself, and keeping these feelings aside. That am I crazy? Because this is very common. It's just that women often find it difficult to express themselves, because our society often expects women to stay calm and quiet about their problems, because that is the way women should behave. There are many places where it's still followed. So if you are showing emotions as a woman, it is often sometimes considered bad. So women just keep it to themselves. They do not speak, right? So the best thing is to read about them and watch the documentary, know about what is going through, and then just help it. Be active in it. Do not just restrict it. Do not just stop the pregnancy or every activity because I'm pregnant, I'm going to leave this, because it's a role change, obviously. But that doesn't mean that that is only just the center. It's going to be a part of your life, not your whole life, right? So the best thing is whatever you're doing, just keep it continuing. Just don't leave it. Keep this whole thing continuing to a certain point, and just take care of your health, obviously, in parallel. And give that, if you see a chance to do an act of kindness, do it. Give it. It's not bad to do it, and it also makes you good, because if you're doing a proactive pro social behavior, it gives you a happy feeling, which is good for you. And take notice. Remember that there is always simple joys of life, right? So do not just leave them or focus on the negative, but also focus on the positive, the little joys that it's bringing to you, right? And then finally, the third stage of which is of a woman is menopause. I'm very sure people are well versed with the term menopause. So it marks the end of a woman's period and reproductive years. While for some it may be it's something they would like, okay, fine, it's over, they accept the fact. But for some, menopause may be a time of isolation, of frustration. So the average age of menopause is basically 51, and but the body or biology clock ticks way behind back to it. Like if one person is having a menopause at the age of 51, the signs of menopause may start to show from 48, 49, or maybe back to it. So this stage before the menopause is basically called as perimenopause. This is the time before the person is having menopause. So basically, as I've talked about, that a woman's period is very much associated with the secretions of estrogen and progesterone. And when your time of menopause is approaching, these levels starts to diminish. Now your body is very used to having these hormones and their secretions, but now these are going to diminish. So however, can you just give me a moment, please? So at certain point of time, Uh, yes. So at a certain point of time, these the body is used to these hormones, and now they're diminishing. So the body starts to the emotions and things they start to get affected, and the functions of hormones can bring a host of issues as well. So as simple as it sounds, that it's just an age and it's just menopause, these are some of the stages a woman actually goes through during menopause, and these are the pre and the post menopause thing that happens after a woman stops to menstruate. So the typical symptoms of menopause are some hot flashes, night sweats, and vaginal dryness, decreased sex drive, and memory lapse, and dizziness. So it's not as simple as it's not just a stage for a woman, but it's more to it. There are many changes that a woman goes through during menopause. So, the mental health issues that are associated with it, a very typical thing is mood swings. So, mood swings are very common symptoms of menopause because of the low estrogen and estrogen levels in the body, which gives rise to irritability and anxiety and depression. So, the mood changes greatly from one end to another. Like, for example, a person may be laughing, and then within minutes, there might be a very heightened emotions to a very downfall of it. So there are studies that showed that women are 2 to 4 times more likely to experience a major depressive episode during menopause than other times of their life. In addition to the changing estrogen levels, there are other issues that are associated with menopause, like night sweats and hot flashes, which leave one to be cranky and anxious and irritable because that your body is going through changes, and there's these changes. Like your body is used to in a certain way, and now there is a huge change in the body if you don't sleep. Like, and a very common example is that if you don't sleep one night and for a week you're not able to sleep, you eventually there are emotions and there are activities that diminish. You're not that productive and you get cranky. So imagine a whole system is changing completely. So you can understand, you can relate how it's affecting a woman's mood. And the years leading up to menopause and the transition itself brings changes to your body, which is a huge phase to cope up with. Um, as I was saying before, that women's femininity is very much associated with menstruation. So at this point of time, once you have a menopause, your youth even starts to diminish, and woman, the standard of woman, typical woman beauty standards, you try to hold on to it. So these are the times where there is also something called midlife crisis, which happens. Uh, so at this point of time, you know that you are growing old and you're not able to accept it. Also, this is also a very triggering sign that you're losing your youth. So these are some of the very common problems that a woman faces through during menopause. So I will be telling even some ways that can be help to deal with this certain transition of life. So as I was saying, that hormonal changes that define the transition to menopause causes minor or temporary issues, but also significant and longer lasting ones, and affect the quality of life. So these physical symptoms needs to be managed in a certain way along with emotional ones to help women with the transition. So, for the emotional problems, the best way is to continue exercising and meditate. So, basically, the thing is that the effects of exercise has always been a good one, and social support systems usually it helps you to relate with others. So, it's the best part is to be a part of a social group which can relate to it. There are many support groups which help in it, and there are many counseling groups that are psychologists usually goes through. So you can join these support groups for an extra support. Then there are hot flashes, as I was mentioning. It's a very common thing in menopause. Even my mother had this problem. So I know these are some of the things. I also learned something personally from her because I saw her going through this whole stage. So the best way to manage the hot flashes is to, whenever you're having it, try to breathe slowly and deeply. Like immediately, just don't give away to the emotions that you're facing, but to give breathing slowly and deeply. Uh, Try to keep yourself hydrated and keep the environmental temperature under 70 if it's possible, like with the help of coolers or AC, or in the winters use heater if possible. And and it's best to avoid eat hot and spicy food at this time. Also, flaxseed and flaxseed oil is very much related. It helps to calm down the effects of menopause, so one can also try that. Then there are menopause is also associated with insomnia, or lack of sleep. You're not able to sleep during the night, which leaves the whole day to be cranky and stuff. Like if you're not able to sleep, not only just your productivity level gets affected, but your mood also gets affected a lot. So the best thing to do is try to help yourself calm down before you sleep. So there are many ways to do it, like take a bath or try sedatives, which is not without the consent of doctors. So just try sedatives, or maybe meditate or cool the room before you sleep and help yourself out. Maybe listen to some light music, or consider to have CPAP, that is a continuous positive airway pressure, which is a device to help you breathe freely so that it helps to calm you down. And weight gain is also a very big side effect of menopause. So at this point of time, after the menopause, a woman may suddenly start to gain weight. It's very similar to the puberty years, since your hormones over there is going through a change. So that is a very big point when women start to gain weight. So menopause is very similar. The sign, the symptom of it is very similar to that of the puberty years. So the best, as I was saying, just the best is to, the normal things that you can do for keeping your weight under control is exercise, have a lot of fruits and vitamins in the food, set a goal or target weight and do light exercises to keep it under the way, manage. There are many calorie tracking apps that one can try for. Keep yourself active. Maybe not, like sometimes it happens that it gets difficult for us to keep ourselves active regularly. So maybe try to walk the distance that you usually use a car for. Do a cardio maybe for 5 to 10 minutes if your health is permitting. Managing the stress is also a very important thing over here, because that is very much related to weight gain. Other ways to cope up, other symptoms that a person may face through is vaginal dryness and urinary inconsistency. So as I was saying, that at this point of time, often many women starts to develop uh, a woman often starts to develop the feeling that they're getting old, midlife crisis. So it somehow it affects the relationship as well. The woman is like, I'm losing my youth, so probably I am not gonna. The relationship between me and my partner is may not be the same anymore. And with added to is the menopause, where a person may face vaginal dryness, which may affect the intercourse with the partner. So at these point of times, you can often always seek for a professional help. But there are also certain things you can try on your own, that is using a vaginal thinner or a lubricant to help you feel natural. There are many lubricants in the market, but there are many silicone based which lasts longer, but the feeling of uncomfortedness is very much in it. So at this point of time, a water-based lubricant can be helpful. Vitamin E and flaxseed oil, I've already mentioned. These two are very helpful to help you relax and go through it, maintain the equilibrium. So you can try to have vitamin E and flaxseed oil to help your vagina and urinary symptom to diminish these symptoms. There are also oral supplements that you can take, which may help with. And there are again certain exercises that can be done, many yoga poses that actually helps to improve the sensation during intercourse and reduce the urinary inconsistency. So you can just always try for professional help, and these some of the things that I've mentioned. The next is memory problems. So basically, at a certain point of time, even there are memory problems that start to arise with the menopause. So the best way to keep your memory is to inculcate vitamins and vitamins into the diet, and cut out the alcohol, sugar, and caffeine to help you better. Then explore some memory strategies, such as acronyms to remember the list of names of street. For example, such as POMB for a sequence of street like Pine Oak or Main and Broadway. So there are certain external groups as well that you can join for the help. There are certain numbers that are always available on the net to help you support, so you can also go through it. Next is the social ways to cope. That is helping to keep up with the relationships and social functioning. So you can always seek out to the people who genuinely care for you and share. Do not just keep it to yourself, but share with the people whom you feel comfortable with. It's a very good way to cope. Uh, this is the end of my presentation. Thank you. I will be stop sharing the screen. Does anyone have any other question?
Thank you, ma'am. It was a very informative session. We have been getting few questions. The first one being, we see few pregnancy women suicide after knowing it is a girl child. What's your suggestion? What's your take on it?
I'm sorry, I didn't get the question. Can you please repeat it?
Okay. We see few pregnancy suicides after knowing it's a girl child. What is your take on that?
So this is basically a gender inconsistency that always happens. Woman gender is considered inferior, and there are again pressures from an in-law side. So, and it's also a general depression that a woman might go through while knowing that is pregnant. So it's all the factors that may lead to it, but it's not related. I would say that it's not related to simply a girl child. There are many other societal pressures and societal things that influence this kind of way. It's kind of like a coping mechanism. You want to end the thing and you don't know what to do, so sometimes a woman may end up doing it.
Okay. Now we have another question. Do we find any mood swings at pregnancy period?
Mood swings, yes, mood swings is very much associated with pregnancy. Since there are many hormonal changes that a woman is going through, so mood swings are a very extreme thing that's always there in a pregnancy. So the best way to manage is to, there are yoga and many exercises that helps you to relax. And always there are some professional helps that one can seek, because often at these times of life, these are very common problems that one face through, and maybe that is the reason these does not come in highlights. People just say that it's okay, everyone faces it, so don't concern yourselves. But the best way to do is to share it with someone you know, and you know it will support and accept you. So these are very common things that you can do. It's just that people don't just bring it in the highlights.
Okay, ma'am. Um, we have another question. Do you have therapy or medication suggestions for menopause?
Uh, There, I'm sure there are medications, but I am a master's clinical psychology student. So medicine is usually a part of psychiatrist. So we usually do not recommend immediately medication if it can be treated by therapy. Medications are only for extreme conditions. So until and unless there are many extreme mood swings that one finds difficult to handle, psychiatrist is the best person whom you can approach for medication. They will know the best, but usually these things are managed by therapy. Since it's a child, the many things that can affect the child. So we try to avoid the medication and try to focus on the therapy itself, and it's very much compatible with it. It's not like the therapy doesn't affect. It may take time, but it usually helps.
Okay. I guess that answers the
Uh,
question. Thank
I
you.
hope I cleared every question.
Any further questions? I'll just a minute now. Okay, I guess the questions are done, ma'am. Thank you for the informational session. You have broken down the PPT into three things and gave your personal experiences also. It was very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you for having me. Okay.
Okay, thank you for joining in, guys. Now we'll take a short break of 10 minutes and we'll be back by 4. Thank you. At 4 o'clock, we'll be having a session with Dewaru Varsita Reddy about her journey and her story. Please join in. Thank you.
Hello, ma'am. Good evening.
Hello, Naveen. Good evening.
Hi, hi. Hi. So we'll start the event then.
Sure.
Yes. A very good evening to everyone present here. To our chief guest, Miss Dewaru Varsita Reddy, to our entire audience, and to our panel members. I am Naveen Shankar Chaudhary, the content head in SITA Power of Mind, and this is
Good evening, everyone. I am Sai Shreyas from the Scripts Department, SITA.
yes. Women face a lot of struggles and problems in their daily life. Our mothers, our sisters, our friends, everyone. But somehow, not even the closest of their family members or friends come to know about it. How is it even possible? Or is it even possible? Many people might think. But the question should be it is not how they express their problems, it is how they fight against every single problem in their life with a smile on their face. And the very life example for this is none other than Miss Dewaru Varshita Reddy, the founder of Viva Life Innovations, who has fought her own battle with coma and other medical problems since birth. She has not just faced her problems fearlessly, but is still fighting against it with a smile, and this just motivates millions of men and millions of women watching us right now. But why only women? I think every individual who's watching us should feel motivated from her and should learn to fight against the problems courageously. She has turned her weakness into an opportunity and through her product Easy Life aims to help millions of people suffering from diabetes and prediabetes. So, on this special event of Women's Day, to know more about her journey, her struggles, and her success, let's call upon Miss Dewaru Varshita Reddy, who is an inspiration to not just to millions and millions of young entrepreneurs, but to a lot of young individuals who want to grow in their life with a lot of courage and confidence.
Good evening to everyone. And Naveen, thank you so much for that kind introduction.
It's
And
my
yeah,
honor, ma'am.
that's a
Yeah.
very great one. So, my name is Dewaru Varshita, and I'm the founder of Viva Life Innovations. I'll just give a brief introduction on what I do.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Yeah, there are 537 million diabetic adults living in this world, but we never knew that, right? People will never express that they are diabetic because people will judge easily.
Mm-hmm.
And India is the home for 80 million diabetic adults. Among them, 81% of them come from low and middle income places who
Mm-hmm.
doesn't even could afford for their blood glucose monitoring.
True.
So that's where Easy Life comes in. Easy Life is a compact, portable, and economical non-invasive glucometer, which
Mm-hmm.
doesn't need any blood, any prick, or else any repeated expenses on the hardware.
Okay.
So it's a
Yeah.
completely one-time investment, and the app provides you the blood glucose levels, the blood glucose analytics, insulin dosage levels, HbA1c levels, the doctor on board, and we are making the app available in all the regional languages along with the voice assistants, so that it
Mm-hmm.
would be helpful for any age group of people to rely on. So
Absolutely.
that's what we are doing at Viva Life right now.
It's a great initiative. I must say it's an amazing.
Thank
Yes, Shreyas. Yes.
Hello, ma'am. I'm
you.
Shreyas. Your product Easy Life is an amazing innovation. It's really helpful to a lot of people. Um, to start off, I have a few questions.
Sure.
The 10 minutes clip which was shown on Shark Tank was itself very heart wrenching, I must say. But if you would like to know much more beyond that journey, the struggle you have faced to reach this position, so that we ourselves and an audience who are watching would learn to fight back and face their problems.
So if I may ask you, every one of you are students, right?
Yes. Yes. Yeah. We are students right now.
Yeah. I would love to say only just one sentence.
Yeah.
Whatever you wanted to initiate
Mm-hmm.
in the face of the students,
Okay.
because at least you will have someone to, say this is right or this is wrong. And there'll be a persons like your staff or your well known teachers,
Mm-hmm.
lecturers, whomever they may be, to suggest you on which way you need to exactly go. Because that's where it all started. I started it during my third year of my university,
Okay.
where I got
Yeah.
lot of connections, lot of persons. I met lot of people through my college, where I can validate my problem or else idea what I'm going to solve. And people used to give me a lot of suggestions. So,
Mm-hmm.
whatever you wanted to start, college is the very best phase where you can just initiate things and go through, have lot of connections, get lot of fundings and everything. So that's how even mine was started. My initial funding was from Nidhi Prayas with 7.5
Mm-hmm.
lakhs.
Yes.
With That's how I started. Now we recently raised 40 lakhs from Startup India Seed Fund grant. And
Yeah.
struggles, yeah, definitely. There are people who will directly say on your face that this idea doesn't even work. There is a lot
Yeah,
of
absolutely. Yeah, true.
there's a lot of market. Of course, take it as a suggestion, but never ever take it serious. That's what my advice is.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, in case you are taking it as a serious thing or else an advice, then you need to work on what better value you can provide rather than the competitors are doing.
Okay.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So your
I
whole thing lies in the value which you're gonna provide for the customers on what they are paying.
mm-hmm. True, true.
Agreed, ma'am.
So, ma'am, there's just another question which I wanted to ask is what I had seen in the television. You had cleared AIEEE, you had cleared NEET,
Yes,
and many other competitive exams, and you also came back from IIT in just 11 days.
exactly.
So, this just branches into two questions. First thing is, how did you manage to prepare and crack these exams, and also what made you like drop out of IIT, which is like the dream college of many students who want to go there.
Okay. I'm not blaming IIT. Just a question. Like, are
Yeah,
you guys
yeah.
posting this video anywhere?
We are this
Ma'am, it is
is
streaming on YouTube.
streaming on YouTube right now.
Oh yeah.
Okay,
So I would skip the answer. That's my own decision to get out of
okay.
IIT. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Completely fine. Yeah,
Yeah. IIT is damn good. I don't say it's
that's
bad or
true. Yeah.
something kind of thing, but I wanted to learn something apart from what they teach in IITs.
Okay, okay.
Okay. Okay.
So that's the reason I have come out of IIT. And yeah, regarding the exam clearance, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So I was from Sri Chaitanya Educational Institutions where I took my 11th and 12th in pure science.
Mm-hmm.
And then I managed to get into AIEEE and JEE during the summer coaching classes. I
Okay.
just want to give it a try. But I
Yeah.
never know that I would take that serious, and I just want to get into IIT also. So yeah,
Okay.
out of curiosity, I wanted to just attempt everything.
I mean, that's great. Like, out of curiosity, you have cleared so many exams. That is like really amazing, I must say.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Ma'am, so this just brings me to the next question. At a very young age, you started a company, Viva Life Innovations. And what was your driving force, the motto which pushed you to start, and what motivates you to continue the hustle? Because consistency is the main key. So, what
Yes,
is that is
exactly.
motivating you?
What motivated me to start is the problem.
Mm.
Initially, the problem, but when I started researching more deep about the problem, and whenever I just came to found that this is not only my problem but also the problems of million people, right? Even
Yes.
a lot of people are suffering from the same problem. That drives me most. It's just not about myself but half of the world who are suffering from that. I just want to change the diabetic face of the people. Diabetes is a kind of thing like people can just say life before diabetes and life after diabetes. Your whole life will be changed in a certain manner, not in a
Yes.
complete way but of course a certain way.
Yeah.
That drives me a lot. Maybe it's because my problem too, and but also the problem of several people, which
Mm.
pushes me to solve.
Okay. Ma'am, in the Shark Tank episode, we saw that you promised your parents that you would be inventing a device or helping the people. How did you manage to gather that courage at such a young age?
So I know what the pain I have gone through, and I have seen my parents practically how they suffer from. I mean, through my diabetes, right? Even I
Yeah.
have diabetes, but they used to suffer a lot than me. It seems. Imagine just a dad pricking their own child's finger. They feel.
Mm-hmm.
They literally feel it like a crime. Hurting your own kid.
Yes.
Absolutely.
So I have gone through a phase where I faced all this stuff. So
Mm-hmm.
I finally thought, he's something, we need to do something for it. At least let me give it a try. Then let's see for the solution. So that's how it all started.
That's amazing.
Yes, absolutely. I must say it's already so motivating. I feel really motivated at this point of time. Um, yes, ma'am. So we have bombarded you with so many, so very hard, heavy questions. So please now just tell us, what do you do in your free time as a stress buster, and how do you keep yourself calm?
So yeah, I read books a lot.
Okay.
So yeah, books and music.
Books and
And
music.
I watched this two YouTube channels called Backstage with Millionaires and
Mhm.
Think School.
Okay.
So whenever I feel stressed, I learn something new. And when I wanted to learn something new, I'll go through this case studies. They bring up a lot of case studies regarding the Indian startups and how startups exactly, how evolution has happened, how are they sustaining till now, apart from the competitors and all. So that's what I do during my free time.
Wow.
That's cool.
Okay. So you, even in your free time, you do a lot of productive work,
Productive. Yeah.
That's
which
how
is
your mind, like literally crave for something.
yes. I
Once you
mean,
become, once you make yourself busy, you can't get free time for you. You need to do something else.
exactly.
Yeah.
True. True. True.
Agreed on that too.
So yeah, Suha, absolutely. This was one question all of us wanted to ask. So you had recently been to the Shark Tank India. How was the entire experience like, and how has your life changed since then, if I may ask?
So yes, Shark Tank India, the experience was damn good actually.
Mhm.
As a founders, the way we look at the business is completely different. But
Okay.
as the
Okay.
investors, the way they look at the business, they have very different perspective on business. The
Okay.
one perspective we have is, getting solution done and pushing it to the market. But when
Mm-hmm.
it comes to the perspective of investment, they look at everything, the feasibility, technology, and
Mm-hmm.
the go to market, how tough is to penetrate it in the market, and everything.
Okay. Okay.
So that was very good. And post Shark Tank, the effect was also so good. There were a lot of calls from people, and the one best thing had happened is, at least now people are
Okay.
expressing that they are diabetic.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
At least
Yeah.
they got the
Absolutely.
courage to,
Mm-hmm.
show themselves that, okay, I'm diabetic, I need this device too. So
Mm-hmm.
at one part it helped us regarding the value, I mean, customer validation, to
Yes.
Okay.
be frank. And at the one part, they have become very open. I'm so happy for that. Right till now, I haven't listened the people saying that they are diabetic, even though if they have diabetes they'll never express. But post Shark Tank and post my this thing episode, I'm
Mm-hmm.
happy that people are expressing themselves that they are diabetic, and the awareness of the seriousness
Yes.
has been
Yes.
opened.
Absolutely.
That's really nice. Um, when you decided that you want to start a company, so you had a purpose. You were fine that you want to create this. But how did you start? It's like, I want to do this, and you need to get a team for that. And how did you
Yes.
get your team, and how did you build everything, and what is your vision of for Viva Life innovations?
So I met my co-founder during the Smart India Hackathon 2019.
Okay.
So yeah,
Mm-hmm.
as I told, I was very curious and I'm still curious. So wherever I go, I always wanted to meet new people, learn new things, learn from them, teach them from my side, share our knowledge together. So that's how I met Vimal in Smart India Hackathon.
Okay.
Post that, after 6 months, I just called him one random day and told, like, I have a solution for this thing and
Okay.
I wanted to do something. So he already know I wanted to do some kind of thing, but we never hardly tried for that. But one
Okay.
random day, I was like, no, I need to do it. So chalo, let's do it then. That's how it all happened.
Great.
So
And initially, when you started, like obviously you can't get success overnight. So you would have faced many challenges to approach investors, to convince people that your product has something really worthwhile. So how did you manage all that? How did you convince people?
So lockdown helped us a lot. To be frank, it all started with lockdown. We started during the 2020 lockdown. where we did a lot of research, not only about the product but about the people who invest money in us.
Okay.
So yeah, we have learned a lot about them, and we have learned a lot regarding, how to exactly convey when someone wanted to invest on you, what to convey, exactly what to convey, what not to convey, and everything. Basically, the research helped us a lot during the lockdown. We have pitched to several government schemes, and
Okay.
finally, Mary Prayas.
Absolutely. So I have this question: if someone wants to start a startup or wants to pursue an entrepreneurship, what is that first step which, as a person, one should take?
Risk taking.
Risk taking.
Okay.
Okay.
Entrepreneurship is never an alternative for your campus selections. You need to
Yes.
remember that. In
Okay.
entrepreneurship, every day is the riskier day. Every minute is the riskier minute. You'll never know what's gonna happen in the next minute. You need to be prepared for each and everything that you're gonna face. So the
Mm-hmm.
first step would be like risk taking.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Okay.
And also the fact that there is a lot of failures which also will be a part of this entire uh,
Journey.
journey, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. So facing that is also something which people should confront and learn from, not just give up, I think. And I think you
Uh,
have done it very well that way. Yes, yes, yeah, yeah.
what I say is failure gives you more experience than success. With
Absolutely. Yeah.
failure, you get a lot of learning. With success, you'll just stay numb for certain point of time. So
Mm-hmm.
failure always teaches you something which you have never known. That's what I strongly believe regarding failures. But once you enter into entrepreneurship, you'll learn a lot.
Okay, okay, great, great, great. And also, ma'am, who's your inspiration, your role model that you look up to? And
Steve Jobs.
Steve Jobs. Oh
That's
my God,
amazing.
yeah.
Yeah.
So, why Steve Jobs? Can I just ask?
Steve Jobs, one, thinking out of the box.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And he
Okay.
created the whole ecosystem where the brand became a part of life. The ecosystem has become a part of life.
Mm-hmm.
No,
Absolutely.
if you're buying Apple, you'll buy the whole family of Apple. You
Yes.
can't just rely
Mm.
on the single device.
Yeah, yeah,
Exactly.
absolutely. That's true. Yeah.
And the Apple, reflects your lifestyle, especially in
Mm-hmm.
India, right?
Yes. It's a
Yes. Yeah.
symbol
So it's
also.
very tough to create an ecosystem where people rely on four or five products from the same company.
Mm-hmm.
There are, very less number of chances happening in this. And
Okay.
the way Steve Jobs exactly conveys what he wanted to present, and
Mm-hmm.
the way he designed products, that's what I love about.
That's yeah, that's absolutely true, I guess, because
Yeah.
thinking out of the box, that one quality is itself a very, very important quality for a person. Something different just drives you, and like you are different from the other crowd, so that is very important. Yes.
Yeah, as far as entrepreneurship concerned, ma'am, entrepreneurship is generally considered as a very riskier job, and generally parents go like do a job, 9 to 5 job, and then you can settle in your life. So, what is your suggestion? Because many people are passionate about entrepreneurship. They might fail, they might succeed. That's secondary. But what is your take on that?
And
Okay.
I just wanted to add one more thing. Since as he said, it's a very a profession which not many people would go to because there's always a risk.
Yeah.
And our
Yeah.
parents, they want us to be stable in life. So even in your life, how big role did your parents play there? Like, we want to know that too. Yes.
So in my life, yeah, my parents never discouraged me. They always
Mm,
supported me for whatever I wanted to take because they trust me a lot.
absolutely.
That if I'm taking something, I'll just win that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So regarding entrepreneurship too, and my parents know the pain which I have gone through, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
Yes.
they never told no to anything regarding the starting the company or finding solution for this problem. Leaving my job and all. So that's not an issue for me. But the worst thing we do is we'll just let our parents know what we're gonna do. That's the worst thing. Sit to them, talk to them, explain the potential of doing all this. That's what even parents wish to know from you, right?
Absolutely.
Rather than explaining that you're doing this, or that you'll just, if you just say that, mom, I gonna take this entrepreneurship and I just gonna build the product, they'll never agree. But why can't you
Hmm.
just make them sit and say that this is the problem of someone who also facing along with me, and I'm solving
Hmm.
this particular problem, and it has this potential. Of course, the stability is the next part of the entrepreneurship. You can't
Okay.
expect right now.
Hmm.
So I think uh, convincing is the very best thing that you can do your parents, by clearly explaining what you're gonna do.
Okay.
Agreed on that. Ma'am, and generally when you start entrepreneurship, it's like you need to have a clarity on that, and you need to have the courage to start, because entrepreneurship, once you start, you need to hustle a lot, and that's a lot of effort. Then
Yes.
how did you decide on, because you told on the Shark Tank episode you have been like you have been in coma for many times, and then after coming out from coma, how did you gather the courage, because it would be so traumatizing, I guess, right?
So one is the self courage that I have. Basically, I never have fear, right? And one is the trust from my co-founder. Even no matter what, even if I go to coma now, also, I
Hmm.
purely trust him that he could able to manage the things and he will definitely launch the product, right?
Absolutely.
So, more than your self courage, the people whom you are working with will also play a great role in what you start and how strong your company gonna be.
Hmm. Hmm.
Absolutely.
Hmm.
So, work with the people who gives you this kind of trust. No matter where you are, what you are doing, even if you left company or whatever it may be, you need to have someone who can fulfill your goals and support as a backbone.
Yeah, absolutely. So here, as you said, making a team, finding a team where you can trust them more than anything else. So since you know you have built a team right now, how do you understand that we can trust this person and we can just rely on them and they can help us out in the right way? So how
And
do you? Yeah, yeah.
okay, I want to add some more things. See, as you're not from the business background, I mean, you're not from commerce or management background. So, how did you figure out like this is the first step to start the company, and the next thing should be this and this? How was that journey? Like,
So, no matter what, once you start entering into entrepreneurship, you need to learn, new stuff every day, no matter
Hmm.
what it
mm,
is. You'll keep on learning through your whole life.
Hmm.
I never knew
Absolutely.
what exactly I need to do to start a company, but along with the process, I have learned all the legal terms, what I need to do, what will be the financial projections, and what are all the taxes, what is the cogs, what are the raw materials,
mm,
everything, whatnot. So entrepreneurship is like a very deep journey. You learn a new thing each and every day. Yeah.
yes,
Hmm. 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 Yeah. So about the trust question too.
About the
Yeah.
people, yes.
Yeah.
So the trust, at some point of time, once you started working with people,
Hmm. Hmm.
at some point of time you can easily find that whether they are aligning with the same vision and mission as you have or not.
okay,
Okay.
So once you cross that moment, you will come to know whether they fit into you or not. So that's how
Okay.
even we.
Okay. Right. Another question which I had is now coming to the product, Easy Life. I mean, it's a, as you had said, it's a revolutionary product. Absolutely, I completely agree with that. But what were the initial challenges you faced in creating such a product?
So initially in India, the technology adaptation is very low,
Okay.
and we only believe whatever the doctor says, right? Whatever the doctor
Absolutely. Yeah.
says.
Yeah.
So that's the one challenge. Apart from that, accuracy, now we are good in the accuracy. We are
Hmm.
increasing and improvising our accuracy day by day by
Okay. Okay.
conducting preclinical evaluation.
Hmm.
So we are so far so good.
Amazing, amazing.
that's great.
So, how much of help did you get from the sharks who had invested in the shark
Yeah,
in your company?
the process is still going on. It
Okay.
haven't ended it. So yeah,
Okay.
I wish, and even I'm waiting to talk to them closely and
Yeah,
working
yeah, yeah,
with them.
absolutely. Because they have reached a stage and their inputs will just change how we look at the business, right?
Exactly.
So it would be great. Yeah.
And when you were in the shark, when you were in the tank, like after your pitch was done, there was a discussion regarding the accuracy, and you were like, there's 90% accuracy, and sharks were like the rest 10% is a huge game and all. Like, how did you manage to not lose confidence? Because anyone normally over there would lose confidence, and they would just go without bagging an investment. How was that experience, and how did you manage that?
So at that point of time, we clearly know that we have done only the limited set of samples. The shooting
Hmm.
was happened during October.
Okay.
So
Okay,
we
okay.
started the company during April. We clearly know
Hmm.
that we have only done the limited set of samples, and we are so confident that however we need to do large number of sample set to improvise accuracy.
Hmm.
So that's what made us more confident. We are still doing the preclinical evaluation and improvising our accuracy.
Okay, that's nice.
So another thing is, since you had been to Shark Tank, after that, how many companies have approached you all over India or all around the globe to like just collaborate with you or just invest in the company? Is
I
that
don't
something?
exactly remember, so
Okay, okay, okay. No problem, no problem. But then there is a quite a number of companies who
yes,
have reached out to help and to grow and great, great,
yes.
great. So, Shreyas, do you have any other questions?
Yeah, it's just that um, currently I have no questions, but it's just I just want to know your entrepreneurship journey a little deeper, because I am totally into entrepreneurship and I follow many people. So I just want to know your entrepreneurship journey in a little bit more, if you can shed some light on that.
So regarding what part you wanna know exactly?
See, it's like how did you manage to start, and how did you like continuing the company, and then how are you going forward with it, or like future plans and all. It's not an easy task. How are you managing to do all that? General entrepreneurship journey, I mean.
So yeah, one people,
Hmm.
and apart from the funding from the government, you'll get a lot of mentors whom you need to work closely with in case of development of your company, right?
Hmm.
So
Yes.
the much you improve, the much higher chances that you rise for much more fundings. That's what
Absolutely.
exactly happened. Without improvisation, nothing will be happening.
Hmm.
So initially, you start with the less amount of funding, show your improvement, then go for the higher amount. That that gives a high value in your
Hmm.
business.
Yes.
So you'll get to meet lot of people who suggest you a lot of suggestions by listening to you, talking to you. It's not just a one company and five team that who can succeed, but you have a long way through meeting a lot of people who suggest you a lot.
Okay. And I believe networking is one key aspect in which entrepreneurship relies on. So, any tips for how you effectively network with the apt people?
So it's not about networking with the apt people only. No matter the people don't fit into your technological part or else whatever it may be, the lessons and the experiences they have gone through will help you in a lot. So
Okay.
networking, attend events, gatherings, join communities. There are communities like TAI, the Indus entrepreneurs,
Okay.
and there are a lot of communities, Lemon Ideas, Innopreneurs, kind of lot of communities where you can join, where you can get to know a lot of people, attend lot of events, networking, connections,
Mhm.
investor meets, and all.
Okay.
So try to fit yourself in lot more communities where people will be present.
Okay.
Agreed.
So, during the initial part of your journey, the do you remember any companies who actually first reached you out and started helping you to make this product? Is there any?
It's not a company. No company will come to you at
Okay.
initial phase. You'll only get the funding one from the government. However, the initial phase you will never go to the investor. So
Hmm.
once you get funding from the government, there are a lot of mentors from the place where you get
Okay.
funding.
Okay.
They'll help you out, in order to improvise your product.
So how long did the research period of before you made the product, right? So how long was that research period and how tedious was the process?
So I don't say the research period took long time, but the validation, customer validation, speaking with the
Hmm.
doctors,
Yeah.
endocrinologists, it took me a lot process.
Okay.
So each and
Okay.
every person have different perspective on the problem, and
Hmm.
trust me, the people will give you the thousand problems. What are they facing? but we
Okay.
need to only solve the top three problems because that's what they
Mhm.
exactly remember.
Yeah,
No
yeah.
matter how many problems they give you, they only remember the top three problems. So that took us a lot of time, to
Mhm.
meet people, to evaluate people regarding the cost, regarding the technology, regarding the usability, feasibility, comfort, convenience,
Absolutely
everything.
true, true, true. So, also the fact that you had mentioned that during like when many companies were shutting down during the COVID time, it was helpful for you during that period. So
Yes.
how exactly did the COVID period exactly help you out?
So it helped us in terms of meeting a lot of people, as I said now, and
Okay.
it helped us in terms of research, where at least the work from home has come. It gave
Mm.
us a lot of time to do the research on, and
Yeah,
we
yeah,
thought that
absolutely.
it was the right times to start because there are a lot of cases increasing during the COVID too,
Mm-hmm.
and yeah, we finally started during that moment.
Yeah, I think the health sector was something
Yes,
which boomed during the COVID
booming.
time,
Yeah,
and it was
yeah.
really matched with the product you were
Exactly.
making. Yeah. Another thing is obviously there is a competition in this field too. So how do you face that competition first thing? And even when you started the product, did you think that there will be so much of competition? Is it
Yes.
safe to get in? Yeah.
Yes, I do know that, right? Because I'm diabetic, I use a lot of products and I
Yes.
use a lot
Yes.
of
Yeah.
glucose
Yeah.
meters. I have
Exactly.
experience.
Yeah.
So it's just a one line I wanted to say. I just wanted to be a Swift in each and every Indian household. I don't want to be a Benz or Ferrari for Indians.
Mm. Okay.
Well put.
Great analogy.
Yeah.
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 Okay. I mean, so which I can interpret from this is the price point was the one thing which is probably you will be differing from the other
Yes.
companies as well.
One is the price point and non pricking one.
Non-pricking. Yes, yes.
Yes,
Okay.
and moreover, I we are making the device as easy as possible to use. Like all they just nowadays, smartphone has the greatest. It plays a great role in our life rather than anything.
Yeah.
So we are making it connected to the smartphone. All they need to do is connect it to the USB port of their mobile phone, tap their finger, and just test their blood glucose levels. That easy it is. So we are reducing size in terms. We are not having any battery or any display. Basically, I don't want people to gain lot of attention by monitoring blood glucose levels outside.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
So yeah, it's completely pocket friendly. Maybe it just comes in the size of the AirPods box we use.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So the compact product with a lot of advantages, the easier
Yes.
use of the product and the price range. So that's amazing. You have everything and the problem is solved. I think
Yeah,
that's
that's what
that's
I mentioned about Suzuki.
Ah,
yeah, 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 absolutely. I think
yeah.
that's right. So even there is no specific age bracket as such you are
No.
targeting, right? So it's everyone can do it easily. That's
Yes.
the motto. Great, great.
And I guess the main thing now, once the product is ready, the thing is you need to spread awareness among people. That's the main thing. So, how do you plan on doing that?
So we are yet to plan that. Our initial concentration is on clinical trials and preclinical trials. So
Okay.
once we are done with that, then we need to plan everything. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Everything is in pipeline,
Mm.
but for now, the importance is for clinical trials.
Okay, great.
Absolutely. Any further questions, Naveen, from you?
So I'll just I think I hate to say this, but I think we have no further questions, and but then we'll just conclude the event with the last question. We are really happy that you could give us your time, and we learned so many things. The final question is, what is that one message you would like to give to all the young aspiring entrepreneurs, and not just our female viewers, but to every individual who's watching us right now?
So if you want to start something,
Okay.
don't just start.
Okay.
Learn a lot about that. Validate that first before whatever you wanted to start. Just validate that and try to fail fast. I'm telling you, try to
Okay.
fail
Try to
fast.
fail fast.
That you
Okay.
know imagine without validation you have built a product, you have launched a technology, everything is going good, but what if the end customer says I'm not in need of this?
Hmm.
That would be,
Okay.
yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
So that's how where validation and failure both plays the role.
Hmm.
Imagine
Okay.
you just started something and you're going to validate something to the customer and he says that I'm in a need, you go ahead, or else I don't exactly need this product in my life. So
Mm.
it gives you a lot clarity on what to do, what exact features to do, what exact problem you need to solve to them, and why does it literally matter to them solving their problem.
So, the one point which everyone needs to keep in their mind is solving a problem is very important when you are starting a company. I mean,
Yes.
just starting the journey of entrepreneurship. Like you
So
can,
rather
yeah.
than digging into the solution,
Hmm.
dig deep into the problem, understand the problem
Hmm.
better. Who
Absolutely.
needs this? Why do they need that? Does it
Hmm.
really matter if we are gonna solve this?
Hmm.
Yeah.
So what they
Absolutely.
gonna pay and what are we gonna provide them in return?
So end of the day, your product should solve a really good problem. Only then your product would be really successful.
So
Absolutely.
what I can say is your product should be a need. It
Yes.
should not be a want.
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay. Absolutely. True. True. So I think that just brings us to the end of this event, and it was really motivating session, very inspiring, ma'am. I have to say, I feel very motivated at this point of time, and the everything which you told us right now is just says how much of a inspiring person you are and how much you care for the society more than anything else. Like you have faced this problem but you want to solve this problem at the grassroots level for each and every person out there. So that is very important for every entrepreneur, for every individual who's watching us right now, that select a problem. If you want to start any, just the entrepreneurial journey, pick a problem, understand how much of a problem it is in the society right now, and if you can solve it in the right manner, which is what I think Varshita ma'am has done very well. She has, just as I said earlier, even in my introduction, she just turned this weakness of hers into an opportunity, and it's a strength right now, I would say. She is just doing so well. And ma'am, it was we are very happy that you could be here, you give your time, and such a fruitful session for all of us.
And thank you
Absolutely.
so much for inviting me
As
and
Naveen,
gave a chance to share my knowledge.
Yes, yes, ma'am, yeah, absolutely. Yes,
absolutely, as Naveen said, I'm really honored to be a part of this session. I'm talking with you. It's like once I got to know that you were featuring on the session, I was like super excited because I love entrepreneurship and I was a great follower of Shark Tank, and your journey was really inspiring, and all the
absolutely.
answers which you have given, I'm sure it would be really helpful for the young entrepreneurs out there. It was really nice speaking to you.
Thank you so much. This literally means a lot.
Thank you.
It definitely means us a lot too, ma'am, because where we are right now, we look up to you, because at your age, it's not very easy to what you have achieved right now. So I think we are just learning at this point of time, and just never stop learning. That's one thing even I do in my life. You will learn, you will fail, but you just have to stand up and just fight. That's it.
Thank you very
Yes.
much, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so
Thank you
much.
so much.
Yes. Yes.
Have a great day, everyone.
Thank you, ma'am. Have a
You too,
great
ma'am.
day
Thank
too.
you.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, this was a wonderful session, guys. I must say. Um, we will be back in 20 minutes with a short break with a yoga session by a professional. See, so please stay tuned. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. I hope the session was really useful, though. Hello, sir. Good evening, sir. So you're not, you're on mute actually. Yes, sir. So,
Hi.
hello, sir. Good evening. We'll be starting the session at 5. So,
Okay.
so I hope you can just wait till that time. Is that fine?
What?
We'll be starting the session exactly at 5 p.m.
Yeah.
sir.
Okay. I'm just checking. Is this okay now?
Yes, sir. Absolutely. This is a perfect.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Yeah. Yes. So uh, hello guys, we are back. So everyone, this today is a very happy day for all of us, the Sitta family, the Sitta Power of Mind. We have been officially certified by the Startup India, the government of India. So it's a very, very big uh, thing for everyone, the entire Sitta family, to everyone who we want to help in this. This is just the first step to our entire journey, and we are really glad that we are able to share this to everyone right now. The second thing is we have also today launched our website, sita.in. It will be in the description in YouTube right now. So we really want the support from the audience who are watching us, and in future too. This is a wonderful website which is made by us, and we are really happy that we could make this website and just to help us help everyone around. As you can see this beautiful website, in even in future we'll soon be launching a lot of products and services in this website. So please go to Google, give us a lot of support, type sita.in, you'll get our website there. So and everything is available in this website. You want to know everything, how we work, what we do, everything is available here. So please check it out and give us a lot of support. Thank you so much. Yes, and we'll soon start the session by 5. We'll be starting the yoga session soon.
So, hello guys, we are back. Thank you for your patience. So, next up, to make a more body, mind, and soul calm, we have Mr. Pavan, a professional yoga trainer, to teach us some yoga. Pavan sir, over to you.
Hello, all of you.
Hello, sir.
Hi. Actually, my name is Pavan. I'm into yoga from 2010. Okay. So
Okay.
normally I'm a mechanical engineer. I'm into designing field till 2020 February 10.
Okay.
The moment when I realized that health is wealth, so then I just resigned my job and I came into full-time yoga trainer field. Okay, so right now I'm a freelance yoga trainer and I'm collaborated with this studio Yoga Size.
Okay.
So it is located in Nalagunda. Okay, so here we have everything like aerial yoga or like therapeutic yoga. So we used to teach everything. So coming to
That's
the
great, sir.
our topic, so first of all, I would like to say advance Happy Women's Day to all women.
Yes, sir.
So slowly start our session. So first, I will teach you how to prepare our body, brain, and brain. Okay, yoga means uniting our body, brain, and brain. So it's called yoga. So before going to the session, so first we should sit in a comfortable posture, Sukhasana, and spine erect, chin mudra, touching your index fingertip and thumb finger, and eyes closed. Focus at the center of your eyebrows. Now, just take a deep breathing and slowly breathe out. Breathe in, breathe out. Just one more time, take a deep breath in or breathe out. So whenever we stress or like we are in some confusion or something, for suppose we have to take a decision, but we are like completely confused, so then we can do one thing. Like we can simply sit in chair or anywhere, or you can sit in your comfortable posture. And first we should stay calm, and then first take a deep breathing and focus at the center of your eyebrows, and then hold your breath. Mentally count yourself up to 5. Breathe in, hold your breath, count yourself. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And then slowly breathe out and pull your tummy in. Again hold your breath for 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Just 2 more times. Take a deep breath in. Hold your breath. 5 seconds. Mentally count yourself. Slowly breathe out. Pull your tummy in. Focus at the center of your eyebrows and imagine a black dot there. And breathing. Slowly breathe out. Now slowly we start joint rotations. So start with the neck. Breathing. Head up. And breathe down. Head down. Breathing up 2. Breathe out 2. Breathing up 3. And breathe out 3. 4 and 5. Along with your breath. And then rotate your head clockwise. 1, two, half circle breathe in and half circle breathe out. 3, 4, and 5. Now anti-clockwise 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Then come back to the center, breathing, and then turn your head, right and left. 4 more times. 4 right, 4 left. 3 right, 3 left. 2 right, 2 left. 1 right, 1 left. Next, ear close to the shoulder. Breathe in and breathe out. Again, breathe in center, breathe out. 4 more times. 4 right, 4 left. 3 right, 3 left. 2 right, 2 left. 1 more. Right and left. Now come back to the center. Now we are done with the neck part. Then we'll go for the fingers. So normally we should do joint rotation from the top to bottom, like from your neck, shoulders, fingers, knees, toes, like everything. So first, raise your hands in front of you up to your shoulder level, and then spread your fingers and your palm perpendicular to your arm. Stay there. Now make a fist 5 times. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Next, wrist rotation. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Opposite. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Elbows. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Next, shoulder rotations. 5. Breathe in and breathe out. 4, 3. While you are opening your chest, breathe in and closing, breathe out. 2 more. 2 and 1. Now opposite direction. 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Then slowly raise your hands up, lengthen your spine. Hold 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Relax. Then stretch your bust and ribs. Your elbow should be resting with the right side and left hand straight. Watch the ceiling. Breathe in center. Breathe out left side. Come back center and right side. Second left. Breathing center, third right and third left. 2 more, 4 right and 4 left. 1 more, 5 right and 5 left. Come back to the center. Next, spine twist. Breathe in center, breathe out, left. So your right palm on the left knee and left hand folded behind you and then twist your spine. So this is called seated Karichakrasana. It's good for the diabetes. Breathe in center and breathe out right. Two more times, 2 right and 2 left. 1 right and 1 left. Come back center. Next, spine rotations. Lean forward, rotate your spine. 5 times. Clockwise, 1. Mentally count yourself. 2, 3, 4, and 5. Now, opposite direction. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Command center. Next, butterfly. Your both toes touching each other and hold your feet. Spine erected. So this is called Baddha. So this is good for your reproductive organs. Then clap your legs. So this is good for women, especially when they are in menstrual time. Okay. So this will help to relieve their pain. So clap your legs 20 times. Mentally count yourself. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 more. You should make some noise. Our thighs should touch the mat. And then legs up. Just move your body like a butterfly. Relax. Next, press your legs down. 1, 5 times. 2, 3, 4, and 5. Next, stretch your left leg to the left side, and your leg should be parallel to the mat edge and toes pointing towards to you. So this is called Perimenopause. First, try to touch your toes 5 times. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Next, hold your big toe like this. Use your index finger and middle finger to lock. And then rise your hand up, open your chest. Look up. Again 5 times. Your elbow should move close to the mat. Legs straight, do not bend your knee. Breathe in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Come back center and then switch to other side. Again, touch your toes, right side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hold. Again. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Next, stretch your both legs forward and straighten your legs. Take your legs like this 5 times. And then tap your knees. Next, ankle rotation. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Opposite direction. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Then toes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Next, so we are done with joint rotations. Next, we will go for the asana part. The first, Paschimottanasana. Your spine should be erected and hands straight. Slowly rise your hands up. Legs straight and toes pointing towards you. Breathe in here. Breathe out. Bend forward. 1. So try to touch the mat in front of your knee. Breathe now. 2. While breathing in, come up. Breathing out, go forward. We'll do 3 more times. Breathe up. 3, 2, and 1. Try to catch your heel. If you are unable to catch your heel, then you can hold your toes or you can hold at the maximum point like this. At your ankle or shin bone. And you can do some pulses like this. Breathe in and breathe out. Okay? 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Relax. Next, switch to jump retraction. Your right shoulder touching the inner thigh. So this is a good hamstring stretch. Breathe in up, breathe out, bend forward. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Hold your heel again. 5 pulses. 5, your chin should be touching the knee. 4, 3, 2, 1. Hold at the maximum point, take 5 seconds, and then relax. If you are not flexible, you should do at least 10 to 15 times. Breathing up, other side, left shoulder touching to the right inner thigh. Breathe in and breathe out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4. Again, 5 pulses. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Relax. Next, slowly switch to Vajrasana. Like this, spine erected, don't hunch yourself. Okay, hold your knees, hand straight and back straight. So Vajrasana is good for digestion and people who are suffering with the knee pain, so they can simply sit in Vajrasana at least 2 to 5 minutes a day. If you sit in Vajrasana 5 minutes after having our meals, lunch or dinner, so it will improve digestion. Now, hold your hands behind you, breathe in here, and breathe out through mouth, and bend forward. Try to touch the mat with your forehead without raising your bum up. Again, breathe in up, breathe out. Two more times, 2 and 1. Breathe in, come up, breathe out, relax. Then slowly, switch to table pose. Your palms should be under your shoulders and your knees should be under your hip joint. So this is good for your spine and people who are suffering with cervical spondylitis, they can reduce their pain by doing cat and dog stretch daily. So now we do 10 times. Breathe in, head up and arch your back. Breathe out, head down, round your back. 10 times like this, breathe in up. 1, 2, breathe in out. 3, breathe out. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then slowly go to child pose and relax. Take 5 minutes. Now from chain pose to slowly come up table and then lie down on your stomach. So this is called prone asana. So this is called prone pose. Lie down on your stomach and then your chin touching to the mat. Place your palms beside your chest. Now breathe in, come up, Urdhva Svanasana. Your hands should be under your shoulders and push your breast down. Open your chest, engage your shoulders to up. Then slowly go back to the chair pose. So we'll do 10 times Urdhva Mukha chair like this. Breathing. So people who have a less hand strength and lower back, less lower back strength, they can build their hand strength and lower back strength. Also portion by doing this. Breathe in and breathe out. Chair pose. Just one more. Breathe in. Hold. Urdhva Svanasana. Push your breast down. If you want to do some intensity of your knee and look up. Watch this feet. Feet stretch. Then slowly go back to chair pose and relax for the 3 minutes. Now, come back to the table and then lie down on your stomach. Then place your palms under your thighs. Then rise your both legs up, Shavasana. So this is good for sciatica pain. People who are suffering with a sciatica pain, they can simply rise their legs up and chin should be touching the mat. Good luck. Try to hold at least 10 to 30 seconds like this. And relax. Now, we'll do 5 times. Rise your legs up. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Hold. 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Relax. Inhale. Then slowly come up, Urdhva, and then relax. Chair. Then slowly sitting Vajrasana. Slowly stand up, stand on your knees. The next we'll do gate pose, Parigasana. So stand on your knees and then stretch your leg like this. Your feet should be parallel to the mat edge and then place your left hand on your leg. Then rise your right hand up. Then slowly breathe in here. Breathe out, lean to the left side. So people who have a side fat, so they can reduce by holding this pose. Hold 5 to 10 seconds to the left side and then slowly come back center. Repeat other side. Again, one more time, come back center. Parigasana, gate pose. Hold 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Relax. Come back center. Then switch to other side. And relax. Now slowly stand up. Now we'll do some salutations. Stand at the top of your mat. Stand at the top of your mat. Then join the both palms at the chest center. Breathe in and breathe out here. Then slowly breathe in up, half Suicidal. Breathe out, bend forward from your lower back, Padahastanasana. So people who are they can't touch the floor with their palms, so they can do pulses like this. Just by doing like this up and down, so they can increase their flexibility. So just do 10 times like this, and then fold your hands again 10 times like this. So just try to lengthen your spine and just try to touch the mat with your elbows. Then slowly palms down, right leg back. So here in Asana, all fingertips should be in line and push your bust down. So here also we can do some pulses to increase your hip joint flexibility like this. We should do 10 times at least like this. So especially early in the morning, our body is very lethargic. So if we do more pulses, it will become more flexible. Then slowly palms down, leg back. So push your chest inwards, Adho Mukha Svanasana. So here also we can do some pulses like pushing your chest inwards and your heel should be touching to the mat. Open your shoulder blades, stretch your hamstrings like this 10 times and then pedal your feet 10 times. Next, Adho Mukha to Phalanasana. Again, here also we can do some pulses like this. Adho Mukha and plank or Phalanasana. So people who can't do plank, so they can simply go to table pose and they can go to Ashtanga. Next, Supta Bhujang, up to level, watch the ceiling. So here also we can do some pulses like this to increase your lower back flexibility and strength. Then slowly go to Adho Mukha, right leg forward and left leg forward. Breathe it up and exhale. The next, again, we do it left leg, join the palms, breathe in out. Bend forward from your lower back and pulses. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Next, hold your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Palms down, left leg back. Push your breast down. 5, 4, 3, Next, Adho Mukha to plank 5 times. Then hold plank, Ashtang, Subuktu Bhujan, 5 times. Five. Then Adho Mukha. Next, left leg forward and right leg forward. Breathe up and sit. Next, so we do without pulses, same sun salutations. Join the palms. 1. Perimenopause. 2. Hasuttanasana. 3. Bend forward. Padahastanasana. 4. Right leg back. Astasana. 5. Left leg back. Adho Mukha. 6. Kanti plank. 7. Ashtanga. 8. Bhujan. 9. Adho Mukha. 10. Right leg forward as the center. 11. Padahastanasana. And breathe up. 12. And sit. Now, again, we're looking left leg. Join the palms. Breathe now. Bend forward. Left leg back. Right leg back. And the plank. Ashtanga. Bhujan. Adho Mukha. Left leg forward. Right leg forward. Breathe up. And sit. So people who wants to lose their weight, so they can do more sun celebrations like this with right leg and left leg. Now I will show you some common corrections in sun celebrations. The first one, Pranamasan. The palm should be at chest center. Up, Asuttanasana. Breathe out. Always you should bend forward from the lower back and hands, your biceps should be close to the ears. Then bend forward. Here in Padahastanasana, we should try to touch the knee with forehead like this. If you are unable to touch, then you can simply hold your calf muscles or ankles. Just stretch yourself like this. Don't bend your knees. Then palms down. Right leg back. Leg should be far back like this, and your shin bone should be perpendicular to the mat. Then drop your knee, drop your feet, hold Astasana. And then Adho Mukha Svanasana. So if you want to go to Adho Mukha Svanasana, first you should tap your toes, then knee off, leg back. Adho Mukha Svanasana, body should be in a reverse V shape, like this. Your crown should move close to the mat. Now slowly come to plank without adjusting your palms, without moving your palms and feet. You should come to plank like this. Adho Mukha to plank. Or it should be a straight line. Then Ashtanga, drop your knees. So Ashtanga means 8. Anka means limbs of the body. Only 8 limbs of the body should be resting on the mat and the remaining body should be in it. See, if we count our limbs, which is touching the mat. 1, left palm, 2, right palm, and right feet, left feet. 3 and 4, right knee, left knee. 5, 6, and then I'm dropping my chest, 7, and then chin. Only 8 limbs of your body should be resting on the mat. Then slowly, Subuktu Bhujan, rest your feet, up. Then Adho Mukha. Next, right leg forward. Astasana. Left leg forward. Padahastanasana. Breathe in out. Hasuttanasana. Breathe out. Stick. Now, we'll do with left leg. So we should always perform with both legs, right and left. If you do with right leg, only then one side it will become strong and other side it will be weak. So now, we are doing it left. 20 counts. Breathe now. Bend forward from your lower back. And then left leg back. Asana, right leg back. Adho Mukha. Come to plank. Ashtanga, Bhuja. Adho Mukha. Left leg forward. Right leg forward. Breathe out. And speak. So now we'll do one more round. 20 counts. Breathe out. Bend forward. Right leg back. Left leg back. Come to plank. Ashtanga, Bhuja. Adho Mukha. Right leg forward. And left leg forward. Breathe out. Hands stick. Again, 20 counts. Breathe out. Bend forward. Left leg back. Right leg back. Come to plank. Ashtanga, Bhuja. Adho Mukha. Left leg forward. And right leg forward. Breathe out. And sit. So now, relax. Place your left palm on your chest, right palm on your stomach. Stay there. Take 10 deep breaths. Relax. So still we have so many variations in sun salutations. So now what we did is a normal sun salutation. So next I will show you one more variation. So which is called pigeon variation, the Kapurasana variation. So this is also same as sun salutations. Just join both palms, breathe up, bend forward. Right leg back, left leg back. Now, here in Adho Mukha, we should rise our right leg up and then fold the leg. Place your knee between your both palms. Kapurasana and then slowly adjust your palms, push your palm, push your chest back side. Okay? And make your spine straight, shoulders relaxed to curve. Then slowly rise your hands up and bend forward. From your lower back and touch the mat with your forehead. Stay there for 3 seconds and then slowly breathe in, come up, palms down, leg back. And come to plank, Ashtanga, Bhuja, Adho Mukha. Then again, right leg up, place it, pigeon pose. Again, make your back straight, rise your hands up, bend forward. Again, breathe in up, breathe out, down, leg back, Adho Mukha. Right leg forward, Asana. Left leg forward, Padahasana. Breathing out, Hasmukhanasana. And sit. So now we are done with right leg. So now we will do it left leg. 20 counts. Breathing out. Bend forward. Right leg back. Rise your left leg up. Then pigeon pose. Slowly make your back straight. Breathe out. Bend forward. Hold 3 seconds. Then slowly come up. Palms down. Leg back. Donkey plank. Ashtanga. Bhujan. Adho Mukha. Again, left leg up. So people who have a very rigid legs, by practicing this daily, so they can improve their flexibility. Come on. And palms down, leg back. Next, left leg forward, right leg forward. Breathe up and sleep. Relax. So these are the one variation of sun salutation. Still we have so many variations, but people who want to lose their weight and people who want to stay fit and who wants to stay flexible, so they can simply do 5 rounds of sun salutation normal one and 5 rounds of sun salutations with the teaching variation. So next we'll go for another one. So which is called Malasana or yogic squats. So for that first we should stay like this. Take a sufficient distance between your feet. And your feet should be little angled and then joining both palms at the chest center. Now breathe in here, breathe out, squat down and place your elbows between your knees and place your legs backside. Stable. So this is good for your hip joints and don't hunch yourself, spine erect and look forward. So 10 times like this. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Hold 10 seconds like this. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Slowly stand up and then release your hands and relax. Take 5 minutes. So next, we'll go for the supine posture. So people who wants to reduce their belly fat, so they can simply perform this asanas. So first lie down, sit down and lie down on your mat. The first one we do crunches like this. Take your hands behind you and then breathe in, come up, touch your toes. Again, go back. So do it like this 20 times. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So 10 more. 10, 9, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Then slowly lie down and relax. So these are for the upper abdomen, and if you want to reduce your lower belly fat, so next we should do leg raises. Like this, place your palms under your thighs and then stretch your legs, close pointing outside, breathe in up and breathe out, go down 20 times like this. 3, 4. People who can do 20, so they can simply start with 5, 10, 15 like that. Always need to breathe. 10 more, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Relax. So people who have a back pain, after doing this, just try to do bridge pose like this. Your palm should be touching to the heel and slowly rise your waist up, breathe in and breathe out. 10 times like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Hold. 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Relax. So next one, Nautasana. Rise your legs up and your head and feet should be in line, hands straight, touch your knees. Hold. 20 seconds like this. If you are unable to hold, initially just you can simply hold your thighs and try to balance yourself. When you got it, slowly try to release your hands, hold like this. Then, after holding 20 seconds, slowly interlock, do cycling. So just by doing this, it can reduce your belly fat. And relax. So what we did right now is to reduce your abdomen fat and to increase your core strength. So next, we'll do some simple asanas. For thyroid, the next one is Sarvangasana. So people who can't lift their legs up, so they can simply drag their mat close to the wall and they can rise their legs up and they can hold. People who can do, so they can simply rise their legs up and hold your waist. Make your legs straight. Watch your toes. Stay there like this. 1 to 2 minutes. So Sarvangasana will increases your stamina levels and it will control your thyroid gland. After holding 1 minute like this, then slowly go to Halasana. Legs back and your feet should be touching the floor. And hands right, or you can interlock like this. And hold. Slowly come back, down, and relax in Savasana. Next, Hastapada Pushtasana. Rise your legs up, hold your big toe, and hold. 10 seconds like this. Try to make your legs straight and pull your feet close to your head. Then slowly move your leg to the right side and then hold. Slowly come back center and relax. Now other side, hold your big toe, make your leg straight. So this is also good for your hamstrings and lower back. For 10 seconds like this. Then slowly go back to the left side. So one center and relax. So next we do Ardha Pavanuttanasana. Hold your shin bone and your chin touching to the knee. Breathe in here and breathe out through mouth. This will reduce your gastric problems. And relax. Then left side. 5 minutes. Relax. Now, next, hug your both knees and hold. Again, 5 minutes. If you have a back pain, so you can simply roll forward and backward like this. So it's like a nice massage to your back. In Pavanuttanasana. 10 times, up and down, and then relax. And then slowly sit in Sukhasana. So next we do simple pranayama. So pranayamas are good for increasing our lung capacity. So pranayamas also reduces anxiety, stress, and people who have a less lung capacity like asthma people. So daily by practicing pranayama, they will increase their lung capacity. So it will increase the oxygen flow to our lungs. So first we do Sukhasana and then slowly we do Varsita pranayama. Breathe in, rise your hands up and open your palms like this. And then slowly Breathe out. While breathing out, we should make a fist and elbows should be close to the rib cages. So we should do 10 to 20 times or 30 or 50, 100. So initially people who have a high blood pressure, so they should start slowly by practicing 10 times or 20 times like that. So people who are young and they have a good strength, they can directly practice 25, 50 like that. So now I will show you how to do pranayama. So first, breathe in up and breathe out. Elbows close to the rib cages like this. So I will show you 20 times. Breathe in up. After finishing 20, just relax. Just take a deep breath 5 times like this. Breathe in, breathe out. Do not open your eyes while practicing pranayama. Just eyes remain closed and focus on your breath. So when your breath is normal, when your heartbeat is normal, and then slowly just prepare your body and brain for the second breath. Again, breathe in up, breathe out. 20 strokes. Relax. 5 minutes. Then slowly we do one more time. Breathe it up. And relax. Take 5 deep breaths. So always we should start our practice with a joint rotations from the sitting position, or it can start from the standing, and then slowly when we are done with a joint rotations like from top to bottom, neck, shoulders, elbows, fingers, spine, rib cages, hip joints, knees. Then slowly we should go for the asanas, sun salutations, and some core strengthening. And at final we can enter with pranayama or yoga nidra according to our practice. So normally after finishing pranayama, just stay there and just mentally focus on your breath. Just take a deep breath in and breathe out. Breathe in, breathe out. When you feel relaxed, then slowly and gradually open your eyes with your smile. And then that's it. So we'll So just by practicing these asanas and pranayamas, we can stay fit and healthy.
Sure, sure. Thank you. It was such a wonderful session, a 1 hour long, wonderful session. Um, it was very helpful, I guess. Then I would, I have an announcement for everybody who is watching this. If you guys liked the teaching by Sir, there's a special 10% discount for all of you so that you can get registered with his session. Is that right, Sir? Okay. Well, with this, we come to end of this event. To sum it up, we discussed regarding anxiety and its factors, the importance of the importance of mental health, and then the impact of hormonal imbalance as well. Then we had an interactive session with Ms. Varsita Reddy ma'am, which was a great experience for me personally. I would like to thank Pawan Kumar sir as well for such an amazing session. And
So
just
thank you for the giving this opportunity.
thank you, sir. It was our honor. And there's a 10% discount for everybody who wish to enroll with Sir's Academy. And we'll link all his handles below.
Yeah, and you guys can simply follow my account in Instagram. So Pavan Yoga. So all
Sure.
small letters Pavan_yoga, and people who all are located to near to Nalakunta, so they can simply find this studio. So by searching in Google Yoga Size.
Sure. As told by Sir, and we'll also be linking down Sir's Instagram handle below and his address of, his institute's address. Okay. Thank you, sir. It was great having you on board.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye bye. I would like to thank all the audience out there for their time and being with us for 4 long hours. I hope this session was very informative and helpful. For more informational content, please subscribe to our channel and check out our Insta handle for more updates. And I wish a very happy Women's Day to everyone. Thank you. Please like, share, and subscribe. Thank you.